Check one, check. Great. Check one.
I want to welcome everybody here for the 2026 Swine Show. Today we're going to start with the single source. These pigs all came from one producer, and the kids come in March or April, and they weigh them, they put tags in their ears, and then these pigs get assigned to these kids. These kids take them home and raise them, and then now they're going to be evaluated by our judge today. Single source is a little different because they actually come back and are graded by just more than the pig. They have to go through an interview process and all that, and so this is a little bit more than just showing a pig today. So we appreciate these kids coming out today and taking these pigs and the care that they've been given. So if we want to give them a applause to start the day for these kids, that'd be great. And this morning we have a queen and a princess, and I'm going to have them introduce themselves and where you're from and what club you're in and what swine project or what projects you're showing this year.
Okay. Hi everyone. My name is Adeline Houston, and I'm your 2026 Washington County Fair Queen. I am the daughter of Michael and Sarah Houston of Wellman, and I will be a senior in the fall at Mid-Prairie High School. I'm a member of the Mid-Prairie FFA chapter and the Lime Creek Livewires 4-H Club. And yesterday I showed some sheep and had some photography projects and also did communications. And we've had a great week so far, and we're really looking forward to handing out some awards today here at the Swine Show and meeting all these amazing exhibitors.
Hello everyone, I'm Avery Janacek. I'm the daughter of Chris and Julie Janacek. I'm going to be a senior also at Mid-Prairie in the fall, and I'm a member of the Dutch Creek Flyers 4-H Club. I showed a breeding heifer yesterday, and then I have a market heifer and a market steer on Thursday. And I also did a photography project, and then I did a quilt of valor.
We give them a nice hand, you know. They're giving up, a lot of time and everything. Now they have programs, and they're going to go around. So as they walk around the ring, if you need a program, just holler at them, and they'll be glad to give you one. Thank you.
You may notice we have one exhibitor in the ring with a gray polo on today. Those gray polos signify our senior 4-Hers. Those polos are sponsored by Whithoe Farm Supply. Washington County 4-H would like to congratulate these seniors on their recent graduations and thank them and their families for years of working with us.
Well, good morning, everybody. Happy to be here at the Washington County Fair, and it's a show that I always look forward to. Obviously, there's a ton of history in this particular ring, and the commercial industry in this county is world renowned and respected, and some major commercial production is going on right here in our own backyard. And so I think as we come out into the ring and start looking at these commercial pigs, we're going to just evaluate them. Basic market hog fundamentals, structural correctness. They got to have muscle, and they got to be able to put it on an efficient manner, so they got to have the rib and body to do that. We're not going to get too out there in any of the other things. We're going to keep it real basic. And so as we start going on throughout the day, obviously growth is going to come into play, but they got to have the basics. They represent, in my mind, they're going to represent what a finisher full of their contemporaries will look like if we consider them the average in that particular finisher. We can't have any issues, any structural issues, or as we start comparing that over 2,400 pigs, we're going to have some issues that come on along the way. So with that being said, the one that I'm going to have to use is the young lady in the middle of the ring. I think a really nice place to go ahead and start in this particular drive. Obviously, she's on the top end of growth rate in this particular class, not the fastest, and I'm not going to say that we have to be the fastest, but we need to be kind of in that ballpark range. And with that, sound structured, good bodied, square built, everything just kind of fits and kind of plants and pushes right off where it needs to go. She's kind of just a good place to go ahead and start this particular drive. The one that has the 4 rib shape, the body, and just the mass that we're after is going to be the one that comes in second. The young man does a great job getting this one shown. This one is wider when it drives right at you, pulled apart at the top side of its blade. A lot of muscle shape working in that one, and so that's why, even though it was maybe just a touch slower growing than what some of the other ones were, I really like just the basic market hog fundamentals that one possesses. Really nice job, young man, on that particular one to end up in second place. Young lady has the next one third, and here's one that maybe just didn't want to cooperate quite as well for her at different points in time, but here's one good in her structure, good in the muscle of this particular barrow. It doesn't all come together. Wants to get a little too weak right behind that front shoulder. We need to square it up, so as we start going to the plant, the loin pullers can be a little bit more efficient from that regards, but good basic one to end up in that third place. Next one coming out. Here's one. The young man does a great job getting this one shown. Able to get out and motor, but at the same point, got to fix maybe that on the front wheels. The rear wheels want to kind of go a little bit more outside of itself than we want to see, but you get right on top of it. Big back working in that one, fresh to the mid portion of that one's spine. A lot of ham and stifle. That's a heavy muscled one in this particular drive. Young man's got really one of the fastest growing pigs in this drive, and so if you just want to go ahead and say, hey, that's the fastest growing one, I'm going to go ahead and use it. I'm not going to argue with you because we have a known figure. We know that one is able to get out and grow. And if you look at it from a rib cage perspective, I think everything makes sense. That is a really bold forerib, really soft flank. It's got the muscle. We just got to redesign that one's rear wheels. It wants to get far too up underneath of itself. And it's starting to work a little bit extra condition with that extra growth rate. Maybe just lean it up, freshen it up a little bit from that standpoint. Next one coming out. Another one from a rate of gain perspective you really like. When this one drives right at you and leaves you, we just got to pull that one apart all the way through. It's the narrowest made of the ones in that top end. We just got to pull it apart through that one's blade and knee, square it up coming out of the back side of its blade, give it a shot more, just muscle all the way through. But growth, that one has it. Next one coming out. Similar story from a just muscle width and dimension standpoint. Need to pull this one apart all the way through, but you step off to the side. This one's able to get out and go, has some ribs, some body, just doesn't have the muscle that we're after. Next one coming out, similar story from the ones directly in front of it. Maybe just doesn't have the extras from a muscle standpoint. Maybe kind of need to redesign it from a structural perspective. But when we start talking about composition, I like this one's composition from a fat perspective more than some of the ones directly in front of it. It's more efficient in its overall look. The next one coming out, really like the forerib shape, the body that this one possesses. It wants to get a little shorter coupled, short statured, maybe not just as coordinated on the move, not as heavy muscled as some of the other ones. Next one coming out, really like just the basics that this pig possesses. Good structured, good bodied. We got to give that one just a shot more grow power. It is the slowest growing in this particular drive. That one's just got to have a little bit more groceries in it. Next one coming out does have a growth advantage over the one directly in front of it. This is another one we just got to redesign from a structure perspective, give it a shot more muscle. Rounding out the class, we have the muscle. This one is the heaviest muscle to that bottom end kind of quad. Really like the shape that this one has in the mid portion of its back. Shape this one has through its ham and stifle. We've got to redesign it from a structure perspective. Thought we had a really nice set of commercial production pigs, all from the same home, and so it really comes down to how do these kids take care of them, and I thought they did an excellent job. Let's give them all a nice round of applause to round out that class.
Also, I've been informed that these pigs came from Brenneman Pork. If you live in Washington County, you probably know these people, do a great job, employ a lot of people in our county, and so we want to thank Brenneman Pork for bringing those pigs in and allowing these kids to have an opportunity to show pigs. Thank you.
Results from your first class of single source commercial swine. From top down in your program, 10th place in a blue went to Henry Temple. 11th place in a blue, Jacob Pasha. 12th place in a blue, Bryn Hamilton. 9th place in a blue, Tyler Rogers. 8th place in a blue, Joseph Pasha. 7th place in a blue, Ainsley Zeiser. 4th place in a purple, Ty Hamilton. 2nd place in a purple, Dawson Zeiser. 3rd place in a purple, Marissa Kalupa. First place in a purple, Hallie Heistoffer. Sixth place in a blue, Xander Myers. And fifth place in a purple, Riker Myers. Now in the ring is your second class of single source commercial swine.
We have 3 classes today. You'll probably notice that the pigs will all leave the ring. They will only be shown once because this is all on a points basis in interviews and whatever. And Amy and the 4-H department put this all together. And so later on, when we're all done with this, they'll eventually come out and it'll just be the kids. And then they'll have a point system, and then we'll be able to name the people that got the most points. So it's really an educational thing too. So these kids are getting an education through their swine project, and not by also taking care of these pigs, obviously, but also learning a lot about this industry, which supports this county big time. So I want to thank you for that.
Hills Bank has generously offered to take photos of 4-H'ers during each show this week. Photos will be printed and available at their booth in the commercial exhibit building. Make sure to stop by and pick up your photos before the week is over, and a big thank you to Hills Bank.
We're so lucky here in the Washington County. We actually have FFA instructors sitting right directly behind me. And why don't you, Zach, tell us a little bit about you and your program and how many kids you have and the various things that these kids do and what's going on in your program.
Yeah, so I'm Zach Jameson. I am the FFA advisor at Kyoto. We have right around 65, 66 FFA members in our school, and we're busy doing all sorts of different projects, contests, competitions, conferences all year long. So,
also we have another person, Elsa, and she is. I don't know how many years have she been an FFA instructor, but she's a FFA instructor for Mid Prairie, and I'll have her talk about her club.
So my name is Elsa Schmidt, and I am the Mid Prairie FFA advisor, and I have been an ag teacher FFA advisor for 31 years, and We have a lot of the same activities that Zach mentioned. We have a very active chapter with about 70 members, and I feel very fortunate that we have our Fair Queen and Princess are both part of our FFA chapter. So.
Okay, really nice class. We're starting to get into a few that have a little bit better rate of gain. We're starting to talk about 2.5s, 2.6s. We're really starting to crank, and what we'll talk a little bit more as we go throughout the day, kind of what we're looking at from an economic perspective. What is that tenth of a pound of average daily gain really worth? But to start off with, I think to get to this extra rate of gain, they got to have the basics, and I think all three of these do. I think there's two that maybe from a composition standpoint, from a frame size perspective, kind of meet the mold, and then the one that's I'm going to opt to use, I think is just the freshest in the mid portion of that one's back. That one is just the leanest from a lean cutout perspective. That one's going to go to the rail, still appropriate from a grid perspective, and that'll be the young man in the middle of the ring. Really nice pig to go ahead and start. Congratulations to him. I'll be honest, when the one that we're going to opt to use in second, the young ladies right here, when that one hit the ring, I thought that was our class winner. You get right on top of that one. That is really impressive from a four-rib shape, center body fill. That one has the engine that we're looking for from a commercial market hog. That one's able to get to the feeder and be efficient in its rate of gain. You get right on top of it, not as crisp in the shape that one has compared to the one that we're going to opt to use, but I think two really high-quality commercial pigs. My hat's off to both of those exhibitors. The one that we're going to opt to use in third, I think has a lot of the similarities of the two directly in front of it. Structure, build, body. At the same point, it doesn't have the extra scale. And so as we start adding on this weight, as we start getting to this rate of gain, we're getting just a little looser from a condition standpoint. We got to trim this pig up. We needed to market it just a touch a little bit longer ago. But I still commend this exhibitor for getting that kind of rate of gain. Maybe just trim it up through its lower 1/3. We got a little bit extra throwaway than what we maybe need. The one that we're going to opt to use in fourth here is one that is leaner. And if you just want to say lean cutout is what we're after, this is one that I think you go ahead and flip that pair. Mid portion of this one's back. It's got more shape. Unfortunately, we got to redesign this one right behind its front shoulder. Square that loin up, true that loin up, but a really nice one to end up in that fourth hole. The young man's does have a heavy muscled, shapely one coming out next, but at the same point, maybe not just quite as attractive in the way it meets the surface. Wants to track outside of itself, duck its pins a little bit more than what we want to see. But right behind that one's front blade, we got a lot more shape and muscle working out of that one's shoulder than what we do directly in front of it. Next one's coming up. This is another shapely one. Square when it drives right at you. Unfortunately, we just got to pull this one apart all the way through. But from a four-rib shape, body, rib, has all the basics, lean, cut out. Just got to give that one a notch more of everything. Next one coming out, here's another one. A mid portion of that one's back. We got muscle. We got muscle working through that one's ham and stifle. But at the same point, not from a structural perspective does that one kind of want to elevate. It's a little bit more uncoordinated out of its rear skeleton. Wants to rock forward in the angle of that blade, not coming square and true. Young lady's got one that I really liked when you don't kind of think about what is it from a frame size perspective. This one's rib, body is really good. A lot of muscle. We just got to pull this one apart and stretch this one out all the way through. It's the shortest coupled, it's the quickest maturing, and its rear skeleton wants to get too far underneath of itself for me. From a slat longevity perspective, that one's going to have the most challenge when we start looking at what the rest of the finisher looks like with that rear skeleton. Next one coming out. Here's one that is more appropriate in the track and stretch that rear skeleton. It's able to get out and motor, stretch that rear foot behind its tail root, square when it comes right at you. Got to give that one a shot more ribbon body, shot more grow. Next one coming out, shapely, just doesn't have the structure. Same as the one that's going to round out. A lot of shape, just got to redesign it from a structure perspective. Congratulations to all those exhibitors in that single source class.
I wanted to talk a little bit about the judge we have today. His name is Brady McNeil from Columbus, Nebraska. How long did it take you to get here, Brady? 6 hours. He came 6 hours today, guys. Woo! Wow. But anyway, he's a member of and a coach for livestock judging and meat animal evaluation team. Wow. And he works at the DNA Genetics Multiplication Business Lead. and he has his wife Katie and daughter Amelia. So anyway, thanks for coming 6 hours, Brady. When we first got him to come here, and he's just a great guy. Actually, I've known Brady for a long time, and he's just a wonderful guy. And come out to my farm, bring in the Iowa State judging team, and he did that for years too. But anyway, this right here is his wheelhouse. Meaning this is what he does, and he's a great individual. And we're just glad to have him today. And I think this is like his third year. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe it's more than that. But we always, when we have our meeting, the Swine Committee meeting, we always say, let's get Brady back. So thanks for coming, bud.
Results from your second class of single source. Reading from the top down in your program, 11th place in a blue, Henry Temple. 8th place in a blue, Bryn Hamilton. 6th place in a blue, Ty Hamilton. 10th place in a blue, Ainsley Zeiser. 9th place in a blue, Joseph Pasha. 1st place in a purple, Dawson Zeiser. 7th place in a blue, Marissa Kalupa. 3rd place in a purple, Kale Miller. 5th place in a blue, Riker Myers. 4th place in a purple, Xander Myers. And 2nd place in a purple, Hallie Heistoffer. Now in the ring is your 3rd class of the single source production swine. I know.
Oh, also Elsa, which I didn't know at the time I was talking about her and gave her the mic, she got a very prestigious award, and I want her to talk about it a little bit. This is quite an honor that she got this.
So I was recognized as being a top mentor in the ag teaching world. A lot of that is due to the fact that I've had several students who are out currently being ag teachers also. I have 6 former students who are currently teaching ag in the state of Iowa.
Following this final class of single source swine, we are going to move right into the first class of production barrows. These kids will be called back following the production show for the announcement of the champion single source swine. So they will not have our champion till following the production show. All single source exhibitors will come back to the ring.
Also, Zach, the FFA instructor, would you talk about the judging team and what the results were at the, what, state or national convention? Okay, there you go.
Yeah, so a few months ago, May, I believe, our livestock judging team participated in the state livestock judging contest. We were second place at that contest, so our team will actually represent the state of Iowa at the National Western in Denver this winter. So huge honor for our kids and a great accomplishment in a pretty tough state contest. So.
Okay, real nice class here to round out the single source, and as Bruce had alluded, these all came from the same producer, and so it really was up to these exhibitors how much work and effort they put into getting these pigs here today. And so really my hat's off to all these exhibitors, because you're really starting on an equal playing field, and it's all about kind of the elbow grease that you want to put into this project. So congratulations to all of those. And with that being said, I think the three that we have out here are really good representatives of what we want to see today from a commercial pig. If we start thinking about even going to like what the symbols look like from the National Pork Board, I think these emulate that. But as we break these three down, I think we got three good structured ones. I think we got three good bodied ones. I think there's one from a muscle and condition standpoint that just sorts himself to the top. That'll be the young man on the far side. He's going to have our class winner. Congratulations to him. As we start really breaking them down, maybe we could say the young man that's going to end up in second on the far side, that's one that maybe a little leveler out of his rear skeleton, maybe able to just be a little bit more comfortable. Doesn't just have that shape and crispness that we're after compared to that class winner that we really liked, but still a really nice one to end up in that second place hole. The one that's going to end up in third, obviously really growthy, has the growth indicators. Big ribbed, big fore ribbed, soft through that one's rear rib and flank. You start just studying that one up through its front 1/3. We're working a little extra condition from what we want to see. We're going to have a little extra lower 1/3 throwaway as we start going to the plant. Need to just trim that one up from a condition standpoint. But three really nice exhibitors to work their way up to the top of this particular class. Young man does a really nice job showing this one that's going to come out next. This one's really wide when it drives right at you, pulled apart through the top side of that one's blade, square all the way to the ground, got muscle shape. Doesn't have the structure compared to the correctness out of its rear skeleton, and we just got to give it a shot more just grow power compared to the ones directly in front of it. Next one that's coming out, here's one that big rib, big bodied, soft, just has that look. Hey, I've been out and able to get out and grow. Maybe doesn't have just the the extras that the ones directly in front of it has. It's a little flatter through its ham seam, a little flatter and more nondescript from behind. You get on top of it, just not as pulled apart through the mid portion of that one's back. Got to give that one just a shot more muscle all the way through. Young man's coming out next. Here's another just big bodied, soft flank one. Looks like it's done really well from a growth perspective. Just got to redesign that one from a structure skeleton out of its rear skeleton. Wants to dip its hip, get underneath of itself, not be quite as coordinated on the move from that standpoint. Next one's coming out. Here's one that is shapely, is heavy muscled, has that width when it drives right at you. Got to redesign this one from a skeleton perspective. It wants to rock forward on its front knee, get a little bit more uncoordinated out of its rear end. Young man's barrow that's coming out next is more coordinated. Just got to give this one a shot more muscle all the way through. Plain and nondescript right there behind that one's shoulder. Last one coming out, big bodied. Looks like before it came to the show today, probably would have been a sound structured one. Maybe or cracked a pad, broke a dew claw, something along that line. Just not feeling 100%. So that's why we're going to sort it down today. But basics, wide skeleton, heavy muscled, big ribbed. That one's got it. Just can't get around good enough today. Congratulations to all of these exhibitors in this particular division.
Before we go into your results from Class 3, we do have a correction to the results from Class 2. First place in a purple went to Kale Miller, and Dawson Zeezer was third place with a purple. So just had those two mix up. Now for your results from Class 3 single source, from the top to the bottom. 8th place in a blue, Henry Temple. 4th place in a blue, Ty Hamilton. 5th place in a blue, Ainsley Zeezer. 6th place in a blue, Dawson Zeezer. 9th place in a blue, Marissa Kalupa. 7th place in a blue, Xander Myers. 2nd place in a purple, Riker Myers. 3rd place in a purple, Hallie Heistoffer. In 1st place in a purple, Kale Miller. Now entering the ring is your first class of production barrows.
And now we'll start into our production barra classes. We'll have 4 of them. We're probably going to keep back the first 2 in each class to get our top 10 overall. We pay down the top 5 places. And so anyway, Brady's going to sort them. But in the meantime, I have a gentleman here that Rob Brenneman. And actually, I first got to meet him when we were on the pork board. And when I came on the board, a lot of these people I didn't know, and Rob was on it, and so I got to know Rob, and such a forward thinker, and just always, really, going above and beyond everything, and it was great working with him on there, and he really was building his herd up at that time, because that was clear back in the 1990s, late 1990s. I was president in 2000, so I came on I was on for 9 years. So I think these were like mid 1990s, and got to meet Rob. And but anyway, I wanted him to talk a little bit about his operation, about what's going on, and what his title is today.
Okay, so thanks for the introduction there, Bruce. So basically, I'm from Washington County, and I know probably some of you have read a lot of stuff out there on social media. I am an American pig farmer representing American pig farmers. Okay? Every day of the week, that's what I do. When I go to DC, they know who you guys are. Trust me. And so basically, our operation's just north of town here, and we got pigs all around here. So, and when I go out and about, I tell everybody I'm from the greatest place on earth, Washington County, Iowa. And so we got a lot to be proud of, and this is your future right here, and this is awesome. And when I get up every morning, this is what I think about, and I think all of you should do the same. And when I talk to the representatives in DC, it's like, how do we keep this sustainable, and how do we keep the next generation involved, and how do we get there? And trust me, every day that's what I work on, and we're going to do our very best. And if Washington County, Iowa don't make it, nobody's going to make it. And so thank you for the time, Bruce. And these kids are awesome. Great job, guys. Great judge out there. So keep up the good work. And thank you for bringing kids here and representing Washington County. Oh, I'm the president of the National Pork Producers Council. Yep, thank you.
You're being a little too humble there. How long have you been on the National Pork Board?
This will be my 5th year, and I got 2 more years.
Wow.
I'm president this year, and then next year past president.
Wow, quite an honor. Good job, bud. You're too humble.
If you ever need anything, you got my number.
I'll have to get it after the show. I don't think I got it.
Well, it's hard to follow Rob Brenneman, so I'll try to just stick to pigs, won't stick to politics. But with that, I think we got some really nice representatives from the pig show here in this particular class. And the one that we're going to opt to use, I think, just from the basics we've been talking about all day: squareness of build, width, body, dimension, muscle. This one has it's appropriate in its frame size. It has the growth that we're after. Just a good place to win this particular drive. Then I think the decisions come the line. The one that I'm going to opt to use, I think, just has that easy feeding look. At the same point, it goes to its detriment. That barrow is the wastiest of these top three. It's the plainest and most nondescript up through its front 1/3. We're getting a little extra condition, and that does concern me. But I think from a growth and basics perspective, that one's got it. The one that's going to come out in third, this one is trimmer, will have more lean cutout. It is shapelier. At the same point, it doesn't have that easy feeding look that we're after. It's a little harsher through its rear rib and flank, a little tighter through that one's forerib. And then if we could just push this one's front blade back ever so slightly, I think I can flip that pair pretty quickly. But today that blade's just rocked a little too far forward for me, and so we're going to sort that one into the third place position. Young man's got a nice one that he does a great job showing. This one, mid portion of this one's back. We got shape. We step off to the side, just got to redesign this one compared to the top three from a structure perspective. Not just quite as coordinated on the go as what some of the other ones we've had are. The next one coming out here, young lady does a nice job getting this one shown. Long, extended type of a barrow from that perspective. Like the frame size that it has, able to get out and motor. When you compare it to some of the ones directly in front of it, we just got to have more muscle. Plainer and more nondescripted on that one's top line. Same can be said for this young man's barrow that's going to be coming out next. Give that one a shot more muscle, and I think we can move it up because that's a good structure, just good basic type of a hog. Just got to have more muscle. Next one coming out, same thing. Sound structured, good rib, good body, narrowest or narrower and more nondescript from a muscle perspective. But really nice class to kind of start off these market barrows. Looking forward to what we have coming on down the line. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Results from your first class of production barrows. Sixth place, top down in your program. Sixth place in a blue, Hudson Geyer. Seventh place in a blue, Elizabeth Hora. Fifth place in a blue, Annie Troyer. Fourth place in a blue, John Hora. Second place in a purple, Macy Ehrig. Third place in a purple, Sam Troyer. And first place in a purple, Peyton Brenneman. Now about to enter the ring is class 2 of your production barrows.
Also, we have a couple assistants to Amy Green, and I want to ask them a few questions. I've worked with Shauna Searon for quite a while, and she's done a tremendous job on the computer and all this. And so tell the group here what you actually do for the swine department and go from there.
All right. I'm Shauna Searin. I know a lot of you probably see me around throughout the fair week. I'm one of Amy's assistants throughout the week, so we do a lot of behind the scenes with all the administrative computer work, stuff that a lot of you don't get to see, but we are the ones behind the scenes doing it all. I started as a summer intern back in 2015, so I've been doing this for over 11 years now. It's one of those things, once you start the job, they keep you coming back whether you want to or not. So, but we love every minute of it, so Katie and I both kind of just keep coming back every year.
And Katie, what do you do for the swine department?
I'm here to tabulate the single source scores, and I've done this for about 7 years.
Thank you very much. You know, you can't have these shows without people like this behind us. I mean, us in the red shirts, I mean, we cannot do it without these people behind me. So.
We have another senior member in the show ring wearing their gray polo. Here we have Presley Hora. As a reminder, those gray polos signify our senior 4-H'ers, and they are generously sponsored by Whithoff Farm Supply. So congratulations to Presley.
Also, we have the KCTC live streaming it. And anyway, I wanted to ask Casey a few questions, but she's a little microphone shy. But Casey, what do you do at KCTC?
I boss people.
Thank you very much, Casey. Do you have anything to say on behalf of KCTC? Okay, I guess they're a little shy on the mic, but anyway, they've been doing this for, I think, like 5 years, hasn't it been? And I know that they've done a great job, and for people at home that can't make the show or whatever, to watch it live on KCTC. We really appreciate what they do to put this together. And it's quite a performance. And so we do thank you for coming out and doing this for the great Washington County Fair. Thank you very much.
Okay, real nice. I think we got two to make their way to the top end that are really high quality. very similar in their overall demeanor. The one that I'm going to opt to use will be the young man's orange or red belted one here in the center of the ring. First off, he's done a great job, skin and hair presentation, obviously put some work into this one. My hat's off to that exhibitor for that particular part. As we start breaking down the actual animal, heavy muscled, shapely, attractive, everything just kind of fits from a muscularity standpoint, rib, body, structural correctness, squareness of build, just a nice place to go ahead and start. Young ladies, it's going to follow, very similar. I like the extension this one has, the frame size this one has. This one has the frame size to go to heavier weights in an efficient manner. Part of the reason why we talk about lateness of maturity and frame size is once we start laying on fat, we become less efficient, and it costs more for every additional pound that we put onto these particular pigs. That one has that frame size that we're after, has the squareness, just not quite as shapely, especially as we step right in behind it, through that one's ham seam, from that one's stifle. If we could give that one a shot more just shape and expression, I think we can flip that pair, but two really high quality ones to go ahead and sort to the top in this particular drive. I think we got one that just kind of sorts into that third place hole as we have coming out next, long and extended. Got some muscle and width down the top of this one's skeleton. Just not quite as coordinated, not quite as pulled apart, not quite as shapely right at the top of that one's blade, but still a nice one to go ahead and end up in that third hole. Young lady's got one really big ribbed, big fore ribs, soft flanks. That one's got the center body that we're after. Just got to use its rear skeleton a little bit better for us today. Doesn't want to just get out and motor like what we want. The next one coming out, heavy, structured, rugged, heavy muscle. Got to have the ribbon body and structural correctness that we're after just to get out and go. But really nice project for this young man. That one has all the basics. Just got to kind of have a few finer details to go ahead and sort them. Coming out next is one that lateness of maturity, long patterned. This one has that extension, needs to just have more muscle. Same can be said for the next one coming out. Long, extended, looks like it has that ribbon body to make it an easy feeder. Just got to give that one a touch more shape compared to the ones above it. But congratulations to all those exhibitors. Thought a really nice set of Derby Market barrows.
Results from your second class of production barrows. Reading from the top down in your program, 5th place in a blue, John Hora. 7th place in a blue, Elizabeth Hora. 6th place in a blue, Presley Hora. 3rd place in a purple, Sam Troyer. 4th place in a blue, Audrey Huber. 2nd place in a purple, Annie Troyer. And 1st place in a purple, Mason Gent. Now entering the ring is your 3rd class of production barrows.
Amy Green has had a heck of a week, but I tell you what, we appreciate her. I love her dearly. She is the centerpiece of this fair, in my opinion. And if you knew the countless hours that she has put into this and all that and everything, I just want to give her a round of applause for everything she does for the Washington County Fair. Yes. Thank you, Amy Green. Do you want to say anything?
I would like to make sure everyone knows, the swine department's huge. We have tons of kids, tons of pigs, tons of volunteers. I think we have a volunteer for every kid, and that's unbelievable. And you can only have a fair like this when there's that many volunteers. So from the bottom of my heart, I thank those volunteers so much. I also want to make sure everyone knows that our 4-H program is the largest program in the state of Iowa, and that's a big deal. So when you are sitting here cheering these kids on, or you're one of these kids, you are a part of the biggest thing right now in 4-H in Iowa. And so that is awesome to be a part of, and I'm thankful to be a part of that. So enjoy the fair, enjoy each other, and we'll see you around.
Thank you, Amy. She is means a lot to me and to this fair, and I appreciate all that you do and all this time that you sacrifice. and all this. And so we do really love you, Amy. Thank you.
We have another senior 4-H'er in the show ring we would like to recognize. Tate Bombi is out there in his gray polo. So just like I mentioned earlier, those polos represent our senior 4-H'ers. So congratulations to Tate.
Okay, really nice set here, and I think the top end gets pretty deep as we start wading into it. We're getting some good growth rates. We're getting some just good basic type of hogs to sort their way up to the top. But I think the one that wins, I think just puts the totals together pretty quickly for me. This one's a wide skeleton one, big bodied, and this one's got a ditch back working down that one's top. Just a ton of muscle and product all the way through out that one's hip and stifle. Young lady's done a great job from a showmanship presentation standpoint on that one as well. Really good place just to go ahead and start. Taking nothing away from the young man that's going to end up in second. Love the fore-rib shape, the rear flank that one has. From that one's top line or top part of that one's shoulder all the way back. Level, heavy muscled, good doing type of a barrow. We just got to clean that one up from a freshness perspective and give that one just a shot more shape to compare with the one directly in front of it. But as an individual, that one's got plenty of muscle. Just kind of ran into a really good one to go ahead and kind of sort into the second hole in this particular drive. Next one coming out, like the length of body that this one has, like the shape that one has, the mid portion of that one's back. That one's got a lot of ham and stifle, really deep through the seat of that one's pants. As you step off to the side, the question becomes how just bold and pliable is that one through that one's center cavity. For the length of body it has, maybe it doesn't quite balance from just a rib cage perspective. So in this particular drive with that quality, we're going to sort that one into the third place hole. The heavy muscled shapely one, really stout structure, just heavy duty one is coming out next. Wide skeleton, big footed, heavy muscled. Unfortunately, we got to redesign that front shoulder and front foot. It's the flattest on its front pasterns of the top four, most forward in the angle to its shoulder of that top four. And so we're sorting it down from a structure perspective. But that one's going to go to the rail with a lot of value. Interesting to see how that one cuts out here later on down the road. Next one coming out does have the advantage to that one's front shoulder from a structure perspective, able to just motor out of that shoulder and front knee just a touch better. At the same point, maybe just doesn't have the extras of what the one directly in front of it did. And while I said it's better out of its front end, still could it be just redesigned structurally out of that rear skeleton. Young ladies rounding out the class here. Here's one long-bodied, extended, easy-doing type of a barrow. Got to give that one a shot more muscle in this particular class with the depth that we have. But really nice barrow to round out the class. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. Oh, we got one more coming out. Sorry, my apologies. We got one more barrow. Here's one that when it drives right at you, square and true. Really like the fore-rib shape that one has, mid portion of that one's body. Unfortunately, with that squareness, we just got to pull that one apart all the way through from a width perspective. But easy feeding type of look. Narrow. Unfortunately, it's the narrowest made one, narrowest tracking of this particular drive. But my hat's off to that young lady driving that barrow. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
results from Class 3 of production barrows. From the top down in your program, second place in a purple, Tate Bombi. First place in a purple, Madison Gent. Sixth place in a blue, Presley Horup. Third place in a purple, Tatum Erig. Fourth place in a purple, Peyton Brenneman. Fifth place in a blue, Taya Bombi. And seventh place in a blue, Tessa Bombi. Now entering the ring is your fourth and final class of production barrows. Following this class, we will have the selection of your top 5 production barrows.
As we move here into the last class of the barrows, I think we got one that goes ahead and wins this class pretty easily. And for me, the decision came down to second and third. But you got one has the growth that we're after. But at the same point, that's a heavy muscled, wide skeleton one that's got the rib and body and everything just kind of fits. I think that one sorts to the top, and it sorts to the top pretty quickly. for me, the decision came in second and third. You got one that's a little later maturing. You got the one that's a little bit more elevated and extended. You got one that maybe is just a little shorter and quicker, but at the same point, I think still plenty good. But it's heavier and heavy muscled and shapelier. And so I called that one, late enough maturing, appropriate in its frame size, good in its condition. I think that one needs to be second. Congratulations to that young lady. That's a nice barrow to end up in the second place hole in this class. The young man that's going to end up in third, here's one that has that extension and lateness and maturity that we're after, has the rib, the body. You get right on top of this one. You watch this one go away. It's the flattest and most nondescript out of its stifle, just the lightest in its rear muscle out of its rear skeleton of the top three. That's why it's going to sort down today. But good structured, good bodied, good rib, good basic type of a barrow to end up in that third place hole. Young ladies, that's going to come out next. Here's one square when it drives right at you, soft through that rear rib and flank. However, kind of similar to the one directly in front of it, needs to just have a touch more shape. Plain and nondescript from behind. You get right on top of it. You need to give it a shot more shape right behind that one's blade. Just wants to get a little bit more apex right there compared to having a little bit more of a butterfly effect. Next one coming out is lean. We'll go to the cooler with lean cutout. Has that expression and that shape that we're after, has that bulge to that rear stifle that we're after. Unfortunately, just need to redesign that one's rear skeleton. Wants to drop its pins a little bit more than what we'd like to see, wants to get up underneath of itself from a rear skeleton perspective than what we would like to see. But a really nice way to round out that particular division. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Results from your fourth class of production barrows. From the top down, third place in a purple, Tate Bombi. Fifth place in a blue, Ethan Huber. Second place in a purple, Macy Ehrig. First place in a purple, Tessa Bombi. And fourth place in a blue, Taya Bombi. Now, entering the ring, we will have your selection of your top 5 production barrows.
Okay, as we bring these barrows back out, really happy with what we got in the ring, and I think they're great representations of what we want commercial market barrow to look like. They've kind of been what we've been talking about all day, and what's going through my head as we're sorting through these is these are each a representation or the average pig in a 2,400 head finishing barn. And so with that being said, any flaws that this pig has are going to be emulated 2, 3, 4x in that bottom end of that finisher. And so trying to find the complete pigs, but yet at the same point, it's a show, still having the ones that have the muscle, have the width, have the structural correctness, have the body that we're after. As we start talking about profitability in these things, you got to have that throughput. And so we see the rate of gain on their shoulder. If we, talking what is a tenth of a, for those sitting ringside, what is a tenth of a pound of gain really worth? Well, tenth of a pound if we're on 150 days, same time frame, we're going to get 15 more pounds. So we're talking $2 to $3 a pig from that standpoint. But at the same point, from a profitability standpoint, we got to talk about feed conversion. So is their structure and body appropriate enough that we can have that feed conversion that we're after. Structure and body good enough to have that mortality that we're after. Tenth of a feed conversion, we're looking at that $3 range. Percent mortality, we're looking at that $1 to $2 range. And then they got to go to the rail with value. And so I think all four of these do that. The one that I'm going to opt to use has had that growth that we're after, still stayed appropriate in its condition, and I think puts everything together in a really good package. Young lady right in front of me is going to have your champion. Congratulations. Okay, for me, it was really close up top for our champion barrow. There's one other one that I think we need to tie into pretty quick, and it's one that has grown exceptionally well. It has the body we're after. You know, it doesn't have that shape and lean cutout that we're after compared to the one that we're going to opt to use. Young lady on the far side is going to have your reserve. Congratulations.
The champion in reserve will come back for the champion overall production pig. Now we'll move into the gilt portion. I believe we have 5 classes of gilts. And anyway, we will start on them, and Brady will continue to judge, and we'll keep the top 2 out of each class again, I assume, and go from there. Thank you.
Results from your production barrow champion drive. Your champion was Madison Gent, and her banner was sponsored by Hog Slat, as well as she will receive a cash award from KCTC. Your reserve went to Tessa Bombi. Her banner was sponsored by United Animal Health. 3rd overall production barrel, Mason Gent. 4th went to Tate Bombi, and 5th to Annie Troyer. All of those top 5 will receive cash awards. They are in memory of Robert L. Bonner, as well as from United Animal Health. Now entering the ring is your first class of production gilts.
Okay, everyone. Bruce has had the mic a lot this morning, and we're going to kind of switch it up, so he gets to get interviewed this time. Okay, so first off, tell everybody your name.
Bruce Kaufman.
How long have you been a superintendent?
This is my 17th year.
17 years. Round of applause for that one. Okay, what's your favorite color?
Blue.
Blue? Okay. I won't ask you how old you are. What's your favorite part about the show?
The kids. I love the kids. That's why I do it. That's why I show up. I love the kids. It energizes me, the next generation coming up, and we have outstanding kids at the Washington County Fair.
Absolutely. Okay. Round of applause.
Got two nice ones to go ahead and work the way up towards the top. Good basic type of market gilts. On the lighter end of the spectrum from what we'll probably be seeing here on down the way in this particular show. The one that we're going to opt to use, I think from a shape and muscularity standpoint, coming down that one's spine, I think has the advantage right there at the top side of that one's blade. I really appreciate this one right through that one's forearm, center cavity. It has the expanse that we're after. Really nice place to go ahead and start. The one that has some shape through its ham seam and rear stifle, I think is the one that's going to come out next. At the same point, that one just needs to be redesigned up front. It's working a little extra condition through that front 1/3 for this stage in the game and this frame size. It's a little wastier than what we want to see. We need to have these things continue to be on the way up. That one's, I think, just starting to be borderline on where that one's at. Young man's that's coming out next. This one in the mid portion of this one's back. That one has some shape and expression. Big old groove top working in that one. Lean cut out. You watch that one turn away, and that one is shapely and expressive through that one's ham seam and stifle. Just want to redesign this one as it gets out and goes, and through its body, it's the harshest, most closed up of the top three in its four cage. Just want to blow that one apart all the way through. Next one coming out, square, when that one drives right at you. Long and extended, has the frame size that we're after. With that squareness, we just got to give it a shot more muscle. It wants to be a little bit plainer and more nondescript compared to the three directly in front of it. But a nice, easy doing, good frame size type of a pig to end up on down the line. The next one coming out has some shape and expression. Want to just redesign that one through that rear skeleton. Allow it to just get out and go with a touch more use and flex. Same can be said as the one we have coming out next. Shapely, expressive. This one is going to go to the cooler with some lean cutout. has that advantage in this particular drive. At the same point, you need to just pull that one apart all the way through, blow that one apart through that one's midrib, and make it a little wider at the ground to have that extra expansion that we're after. But really nice set of lightweight gilts to go ahead and start off this Derby gilt show. Looking forward to the rest of what the show has. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Results from your first class of production gilts from the top down. 6th place in a blue went to Presley Hora. 4th place in a blue, Sam Troyer. 2nd place in a purple, Annie Troyer. 5th place in a blue, Elizabeth Hora. 3rd place in a blue, John Hora. And 1st place in a purple, Audrey Hubert. Now entering the ring is your 2nd class of production gilts.
Our queen is going to have to do some other responsibilities. So I got a new ribbon gal. Could you tell everybody your name?
Homer,
Okay. And who's your grandpa?
Rob,
Rob who?
Brenneman.
Oh, I just picked her out of the crowd, so she'll be handing out ribbons until the queen gets back or somebody else gets back. But anyway, I want to say, how old are you?
10, almost 11.
Where do you go to school at?
Mid Prairie.
Oh, and what do you do? What do you do in your spare time?
Play sports,
What's your sport?
volleyball, softball.
Okay, good for you. Well, thank you for volunteering today. And we got another helper. Okay. And what is your name?
Kenna Jet.
Okay. And how old are you?
I'm 9.
And what do you do for sports or anything?
I don't know.
Okay, that's a good answer. Well, thank you, Ribbon Gals, and we will look forward to using you for the next however long. Thank you.
Okay, real nice set of 3 here as we start to evaluate them. And the one that's we're going to have to use to win, I think it won this class as soon as it hit the ring for me. This one's just muscle and mass and dimension and internal cage that one possesses. That one's got a big motor working inside of it. Maybe just personality-wise, we could redesign it, but these things, if they're truly, commercial derby-type pigs, their job's to get out and grow. And so this one's done a nice job, has those indicators. Really good job for that young man. Congratulations on that particular class winner. Next one, I think then it really gets close between second and third, and that's where I spent the time. The one that I'm going to have to use, just extension and elevation, like that one's rib cage, and what sorts of pairs. You step right in behind it, a little extra flare to that one, stifle, a little bit wider to the ground. Wider and truer all the way through that one's skeleton, and so that's what's going to sort the pair and sort that one up into second place for me. Young man's going to come out next. That one's a big-bodied, easy-feeding type of one that really is sound structured, able to get out and motor. At times, that one just wanted to close up to its base more than what we wanted to see, but that was getting really picky on this particular drive. I thought second and third were super close. I'm not going to argue with you either way on that particular pair. Young lady that's going to come out next. Here's another one, just big-bodied, bold fore-ribbed, got some muscle, got the basics. As the drive wore on and as we start comparing it, we got to really break down some of those differences. You get right on top of this one where that one blade transitions into that one's loin. We got to give that one a shot more shape and allow that one just to transition from that point a little bit better. As we start talking about going to the plant and pulling those loins, we just got to be a little bit more uniform in that depth. Next one coming out. I'm guessing when the young man brought this one, he wasn't thinking he was going to end up on down the line, because that one just does the basics so well, and typically that's the kind that's, for me, sound structured, has the depth and body that we're after. At the same point, when we compare it, it's the light muscled option of this particular drive as we compare it to the ones directly in front of it. We got to just give that one more shape through that one's blade, shape up top, and shape through that one's ham and stifle. The next one coming out, here's another one, lateness and maturity, long patterned, long and extended. When this one drives at you, it's square and true. As we start breaking down these and as we start comparing them, that's where this one sorts down. Maybe not just quite as coordinated, not quite as just easy going for that one's front skeleton. At the same point, through that one's front 1/3, getting a little extra condition for this stage in the game. The next kind of just describing the next ones that are out here. Got one that needs to be redesigned from a structure standpoint. Got one that's got a lot of muscle, just didn't want to get out and go quite as well for us here today. But congratulations to all these exhibitors. Got one, a lot of muscle, a lot of rib. Just didn't want to get out and go out of that rear skeleton quite as well as what we wanted to see. But congratulations to all these exhibitors. I thought that was a very deep class all the way through. My hat's off to all of those exhibitors. Congratulations.
Results from your second class of production gilts. From the top down, 6th place in a blue, Sam Troyer. 5th place in a blue, Tate Bombi. 2nd place in a purple, Tessa Bombi. 7th place in a blue, John Hora. 3rd place in a purple, Tatum Ehrig. 1st place in a purple, Mason Gent. And 4th place in a blue, Annie Troyer. Now entering the ring is your 3rd class of production gilts.
Now in the ring, we have Ellie Anderson. You're not married yet, are you? Okay. And anyway, what are you in charge of?
I am in charge of the Washington County Fair Bacon Buddies.
How long have you been doing this?
This is year 4.
Okay, this is year 4. Now, when does that happen, the Bacon Buddies, and what started it that you decided to start this in Washington County?
So it will be today, directly following the pig show, or at 1:30. Bacon Buddies started because I did it at the state fair level, and the Iowa pork producers were pushing smaller counties to bring it to their county fair, and I took the initiative to bring it here.
What is Bacon Buddies? If you can put it into.
We take somebody with special needs and pair them with one or two 4-H kids, and they get an opportunity to come in here and show a pig. Yeah, it's really heartwarming. It's one of the best events ever.
Right. And how many classes do you have, and and who does it involve?
So we have 3 classes today, and each class will have 3 to 4 groups. And this involves like 22 4-H kids, and then we have 10 buddies or exhibitors that they'll pair it up with.
How long does this take to put this together? Like when do you start?
I usually start around March, getting things together, getting my sponsors around. We have a lot of really amazing sponsors that will sponsor goodies and stuff to give them after the fair, and help pay for the T-shirts and the banners and everything.
Well, this sounds like a great thing, and so you're just going to keep it rolling, right?
Of course.
All right, and it's a part of the fair now, and it's been going for 4 years. So thank you much, Ellie, for everything you do.
Nice set as we start getting up here with a little bit extra weight. And the one that I'm going to opt to win, I think of the top 2, you step off to the side, there's some similarities. You get right on top of them. There's one that just could eat the other one. This thing is so massive through that one's center body, so pulled apart through that one's skeleton. That one's just got a lot of muscle product working in it. At the same time, kind of has that easy feeding look. Is it just the perfect structured one? No. Can pick it up on its front pasterns, allow it to get out and go just a touch better. And I stopped short of calling the one in second just perfect structured, though. I think if you could say, hey, that one's perfect structured and has just a shot more shape, you could maybe go ahead and flip the pair. But at this stage, that one's plenty good structured, ton of muscle, ton of mass, ton of dimension. Really nice place to start for that young man. Congratulations to him. Next one that's going to come out in second is one that I think has the structure advantage. That one's able to get out and move out of its front skeleton. It's more up out of it on its front pasterns. Just paints that nice silhouette of it, a good production type of a market hog on the side. Like I said, you compare this one directly to the one, it just doesn't have the muscle that we're after compared to the one that's going to end up winning this particular class. The young lady is going to end up in third, just kind of got put into a buzzsaw of a top 3. Here's one that has that lateness and maturity, and I appreciate that. Of the top 3, I like this one's frame size to be able to go to those heavy weights and be efficient. As we start comparing it, it wants to narrow up at the ground, tells the story from there up, doesn't have that extra width that we're after, but good, easy doing, fast growing type of a pig to end up in that third hole. Next one that's coming out, that is a wide skeleton one. That is a heavy muscled one. Just got to redesign that one from a structure perspective. Wants to pop up in its top line, duck its pins, get up underneath of itself a little bit more than what we'd like to see. Next one coming out. Here's one that is bold through that one's foreribs, soft through that one's flank. Doesn't have that extra dimension compared to some of the ones directly in front of it. You step in behind, a little flatter and more nondescript. The next one coming out, lean cutout, is definitely in this one's favor. Shapely, expressive, has that muscle. It's appropriate in its degree of condition. It's still on the way up. It still has pounds to gain, I would say, from a condition standpoint. But today, we just got to blow that one apart all the way through. With that, congratulations to all those exhibitors. Looking forward to seeing the top end there back for the overall drive. Congratulations.
Results from Class 3 production gilts. 4th place in a blue, Tessa Bombi. 6th place in a blue, Tate Bombi. 2nd place in a purple, Macy Ehrig. 5th place in a blue, Ethan Huber. 3rd place in a purple, Taya Bombi. And 1st place in a purple, Peyton Brenneman. Now entering the ring is your 4th and final class of production gilts.
I tell you what, it gets fun when you start sorting through these types of pigs. As we get up here into the big heavyweights, we got ones that have done it from a growth perspective. We've got ones that have the muscle. We got ones that have the body. The one that I'm going to have to use, I think, you get on top of this thing. It's big and expressive and expansive through that one's back, bold through that one's forerib. That one's just so has so much dimension and can handle it. It's still appropriate in its degree of condition. I think that's a really, really good type of a market gilt to go ahead and start this particular drive. Congratulations to that young exhibitor. Then as we start sorting them, I think we got 3 to kind of work our way through. The one that I opt to kind of fall into, which I think has the fewest problems, has the lateness and maturity that we're after, has the frame size we're after, squareness of build when this one drives right at you, square from the top side of that one's blade to the ground, is appropriate in its muscle shape coming out of the back side of that one's blade, has shape, has expression, has width to the ground. The young lady in the middle of the ring with the blue butt one, she'll be second. And really that extra expression, that extra shape, that extra width to the ground, comfort on the move is what's going to sort her over the one that's going to end up in third. The kind of the red clown-faced one is going to end up in third. Really good growing, really good doing. That's a stout featured one that has body, has the frame size that we're after. You get right on top of it, it's the plainest and most nondescript of the top 3. It wants to fade to its edges, fade to that ham seam. Flattest through that one stifle of the initial trio, of the initial quad. That's the one that I question from a composition and muscle shape perspective. The one that has the muscle and the shape and is going to go to the rail with a ton of shape in the mid portion of that one's back, through that one's ham and stifle is going to be the young lady that's going to end up in fourth. Unfortunately, this one's the most compact, the earliest maturing from a same frame size perspective. And then we just got to redesign that one right behind that one's blade, allow that one's blade to transition in neater into the backside, or allow that one's loin to transition neater into that one's blade. The next one coming out, young lady probably didn't think she was going to end up down the line with this one, because that one's normally my speed of sound structured, good built, good doing type of livestock. Doesn't have just the width and dimension. Needs to be more pulled apart at the ground and more opened up all the way through to compete with the ones directly in front of it. Young man that does have one that is more pulled apart through that one's front chest floor, through that one's knee, at the ground. You start stepping off to the side, we got to redesign that one from a muscularity standpoint up top, soften that one up through its flank, and then just pick up that tail head and allow it to get out and go out of its rear skeleton just more comfortably. Next one coming out is more comfortable through that one's front skeleton. Unfortunately, its rear skeleton can still be redesigned. This is another one wants to pop up in its top line and get underneath of itself, but good doing, easy doing type of livestock to kind of round out that particular drive. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Results from your 4th class of production gilts. 7th place in a blue, Presley Horeb. 4th place in a purple, Madison Gent. 6th place in a blue, Hudson Gear. 5th place in a blue, Elizabeth Horeb. 2nd place in a purple, Taya Bombi. 3rd place in a purple, Peyton Brenneman. 1st place in a purple, Macy Ehrig. Now in the ring, we are going to select your top 5 production gilts.
Okay, really like the market gilts that we have coming back in. I think there's a few different shapes and sizes depending on what that class kind of brought us. We have some that might just be the good structured, good doing ones that need more shape. Have some that have some muscularity, but maybe from just where all the parts and pieces come together, maybe you question that. You have some that maybe are working a little extra condition. So you got to put all those things together in your mind. And then, throughout the day, I've been kind of talking structure, and you're probably thinking, hey, these are market hogs. All they got to do is get on the truck. And that's totally true. We talked about that these are representatives of their and if we have some challenges, then we can have some downers and some lames, some DOAs going to the plant. But in the line of work that I am, working for the genetic companies, these are representatives of a breeding program. And so, yes, half their genetics come from a terminal line, half come from a maternal line. And we got some opportunities out in the industry just from a sow longevity standpoint. And so making sure that we have females that can pass on that structure into these also kind of comes into play. And so that's another reason why I kind of always come back to good structured livestock, kind of start from the ground, work there up. With that being said, I think there's one that when this one hit the ring, in my mind, it was kind of game over. There's one that needs to win this show pretty quickly. Young lady on the far side of the ring is going to have your champion. Okay, as we bring that second place out, I think that one definitely is in the contention. We talked about how in class, that one just is kind of the no holes one that just kind of sorted itself into that second place hole. I think for the one that we're going to opt to use for reserve, it's one that, we don't have to make a ton of excuses for, but it has those extras that we're after. Having that width, having that dimension, tons of muscle, tons of product working in this one. A big engine, tons of rib center body shape. Young man with the red spotted one is going to be reserved. Congrats. And with that, I'm just going to go ahead and shake the hands of 3 through 5. So let's give all these exhibitors who made it back out here one last round of applause.
Results from your production gilt final drive. All of these top 5 will be receiving cash awards donated by Washington State Bank, United Animal Health, Mike Hammond Family, Vidito Insurance. Your champion production gilt went to Macy Erig. Her banner is sponsored by Fishback Family Farms and her cash award by United Animal Health. Your reserve production gilt went to Peyton Brenneman. His banner is sponsored by Dr. Cody Branstead and family. Third overall went to Taya Bombi. Fourth, Mason Gent. And fifth, Macy Ehrig. Now we will be bringing your production barrows back and selecting your champion and reserve production hog. After this selection, we will be going to your single source results, top 10. So if those single source exhibitors would be working their way back to the ring, again, if our single source exhibitors, just themselves, no pig, would be making their way back to the ring, that would be excellent.
To bring the barrow and the gilt back out, just wanted to take a second to say thank you to Washington County for inviting me back. This is definitely one of the things I look forward to during the summer. It's been a great privilege to go ahead and step into this ring. You guys have had a lot of industry leaders come through this particular ring, and so I think for the youth that are showing in the production show or the market show, take advantage of that. Take advantage of those kids and those adults that are in this county as you start looking and progressing on down the future, because it definitely will pay dividends on down the line. And so with that being said, as we bring the barrow and the gilt back out, in my mind, it's a pretty straightforward decision. The one that I'm going to opt to use, just from a totals muscle standpoint, has the growth advantage as well, but big-bodied, heavy-muscled, good doing. The gilt's going to be the gilt's going to be your champion. Congrats. With that being said, as we round out the Derby show, the one that I like second best, I think, as we kind of talk about what we've been talking about all day, crisp shape out of the backside of that one's blade, I think is where this one ends up getting sorted. I think this was a very, very close pair. So if you ended up on the wrong side of this decision, don't take that too hard, because I think this was very close in my mind. The one that I'm going to opt to use is the young man's that was reserved in the gilt division for reserve. Congrats.
Congratulations. Your results from your overall production champion went to Macy Ehrig. Her banner is sponsored by Washington County Pork Producers. And your reserve overall production went to Peyton Brenneman. His banner is also sponsored by Washington County Pork Producers.
We're finishing this up. I'm going to interview our judge for after showmanship, senior, intermediate, and junior. Then we'll start the other phase of the show. But as tradition, we have both show. Okay, I guess go ahead, Zach.
At this time, if we could get our single source exhibitors back into the ring. Again, our single source exhibitors back into the ring, just themselves, no pigs. We will do our results from the single source show at this time.
So as I say, we actually will bring in the people, the kids from the first class of the day, the single source class, and these are the kids that showed. Now it was on a point system, and Zach, do you have the results? Okay, go ahead, Zach.
First, the top 5 we are going to announce. They will all be receiving cash awards, and those are donated by Bill and Kathy Ebert, Washington County pork producers. I'm going to read backwards. So 5th overall, if you would step forward to just be acknowledged, and then I believe we have banners for our champion in reserve. 5th went to Marissa Kalupa. 4th went to Xander Myers. 3rd went to Riker Myers. Your reserve single source and banner sponsored by Fresh Iowa Shrimp House went to Hallie Heistoffer. In your champion single source banner sponsored by Ryan and Logan Bell family was Kale Miller. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Very much. And
at this time, we need the following exhibitors back from the production show for our scan result winners. In no particular order, we need Elizabeth Hora, Marissa Kalupa, Macy Ehrig, Taya Bombi, and Taya Bombi twice. Again, the 4 exhibitors we need are Marissa Kalupa, Macy Ehrig, Elizabeth Ora, and Taya Bombi. All right, just so everyone's aware of what we're doing, these exhibitors in the ring, they just showed in our production show. However, those hogs were also scanned. So now we are going to go over your top 5 results from that scan data. All 5 of these exhibitors will be receiving cash awards that are sponsored by Washington County pork producers. If you'll step forward when your name is called. In 5th went to Taya Bombi. 4th went to Marissa Kalupa. 3rd went to Elizabeth Hora. Reserve, receiving a banner sponsored by FCA and Vision Ag, went to Macy Ehrig. In your champion overall production on scan, banner sponsored in memory of Ray Shiver, went to Taya Bombi. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Okay, as I'm going to interview the judges today, I'll talk with Brady just a second here. How did you think the show went this morning?
Yeah, it was awesome. Obviously, you step into Washington County, and it's a county known for commercial production, and I think that was reflected in the pigs. The kids were awesome. Everything went well. The ring help was awesome. I thought it was a great show with really high-quality pigs and even better kids.
So is this their first time meeting Mason?
Yeah, never met before, so we'll see how showmanship goes.
Okay. Mason, have you ever done showmanship with another judge before, 2 judges?
I have not.
So this will be a new thing for you. Well, anyway, we decided to start doing that because the single source and the production and all that side to get this done first, and also combine it with 2 different judges, so we get like 2 different opinions, and so you'll both be working together, and this will be a new experience for you. So how long have you been in the swine industry, and what are your qualifications to judge our show today? Right, put him on the spot, all right.
You know, I've been in the swine industry since I was born, so about 27 years, and grew up raising pigs with my family. So.
Okay, is this your first show?
No, it is not.
How long have you been judging?
Probably 5 or 6 years, I would say now.
Great. How long have you judged, Brady?
Oh, probably 15 years or so.
Okay. Well, we have some experience in the ring, and anyway, so I thank you guys for, I talked to Brady earlier, and he said he drove 6 hours. You drove?
An hour and 45 minutes.
Oh, boy. So anyway, so thank you guys for coming in. Really appreciate it. You help make our show great by bringing in great judges and all that, and your time and expertise. So we just want to thank you right now for going to judge the showmanship next, which as I can see, I think there's nobody here yet. So, I mean, we got a little time, and so anyway, have a nice little break, and we'll be ready to go.
Currently in the ring is our senior division showmanship. Just so everyone around ringside is following along, we are going to do senior, intermediate, junior with Top Gun last. So again, senior, intermediate, junior, followed with Top Gun showmanship last.
Okay, now that we're kicking off showmanship, apologies just for a little bit of confusion there along the way, but I'm glad we got things squared away, and now we got the pigs out in the ring that we need to have out in the ring, and I think we got 3 senior showmen here that do a nice job with their particular pigs. And really, as we start going throughout showmanship, you know, we'll talk about some of those little things that kind of are sorting the different groups, but we still got a lot of showmanship left to go. But at the end of the day, you know, just that pace, that distance, knowing where you and the judge are, and then for me, you know, as soon as you hit that ring, it's game on, and kind of be ready to go. And so with that, I thought there was one exhibitor out here that from a distance perspective, from just knowing where the judge was at, I think just kind of sorted themselves to top, maybe just a little aggressive on the whip, but I think that was minor. And for us, our champion senior showman, he'd be a young man directly in front of us. Congrats. With that being said, as we started looking at reserve, I think there's one that just from a distance perspective, kind of calm, cool, collected, kept things going. Maybe Pig wanted to cooperate just a touch better. What separated the pair? Maybe want to just hold that brush on him a touch more. Maybe just want to get lost in where the judge was ever so slightly. Young man directly in front of us will be reserved. Congrats.
Congratulations to your senior showman. Champion went to Brennan McGuire. His awards were sponsored by Kyoto Vet Clinic and also received a cash award from Vidito Insurance, as well as a Swine show brush sponsored by the Washington County Pork Producers. Your reserve went to Cash Cole, and his award was sponsored by the Live Family Libations on Iowa. Now entering the ring is your intermediate showmanship division.
Well, good morning. It's certainly a pleasure to be here and work through showmanship as a team and then continue on with the pig show. In this division of showmanship, I think we got 5 exceptional showmen. There was a pair of them that kind of sorted up, or a trio, I guess, when we come together. The one that just suits me best, he's calculated in the way he navigates the ring. He's smooth in his transitions, comfortable as he navigates the group. That young man there on the far side is going to be our champion in this division. Let's congratulate him. 2 and 3, I thought were close. I think they're similar in terms of the way they conduct their movement out here. They're smooth and maybe at times didn't know necessarily where they were going to go compared to our champion. I think it's splitting hairs, but of the pair, I found one just being on the right side of the group a notch more times. Our reserve is going to be the young lady here closest to me. Let's congratulate her.
Congratulations to your intermediate showman. Your champion went to William McWhirter. His awards were sponsored by Kennedy Insurance Agency. He also received a cash award from the Washington County Pork Producers, as well as a show brush sponsored by the Waters family. Reserve went to Bristol Young, and her award was sponsored by the Libe Family Libations on Iowa. Now about to enter the ring is your junior showmanship.
we got a bunch of the pigs in this particular pen, so we're going to pen back a set and then rework them. Just some general comments, and then as the exhibitors exit the ring, we'll just stand there and kind of chat with each of them individually just real quick. But what separated the ones that we're going to go ahead and pen versus here, a couple things really was speed, pace, getting to your spots, and then just having that control of your pig and knowing where you wanted it to go. A lot of the pigs here that are left might have just started drifting to the rail a little bit more than what we wanted to see. Might have got lost in the sea of other pigs, just a little bit more than what we wanted to see. But otherwise, congratulations. I think the future of this county is obviously very bright. When you look at the junior showmanship, to have this many kids out here, it is extremely impressive. Let's give all these exhibitors in the junior division a nice round of applause. Tell you what, you can go to a lot of county fairs around the country, and you can go to even some state fairs around the country and not find a junior division this deep. This is a very impressive set of junior exhibitors. Let's give all 5 of these exhibitors a nice round of applause for making it out here. Because unfortunately, 3 of them are going to go back to the barn without a banner, without a ribbon, without that placing, kind of setting them up towards the top. But we're here to, it's a show, we're here to find the top end. It's a competition, and that's what this is all about, and that's why they came here, is to be in competition with everybody else and set those life skills up. The winners in this industry are the winners that continue on through college and the winners through life. And so that's really what this is all about. And with that being said, I think there's one individual out here that came to win this show and came to win this show pretty quickly. Young lady with the blue-eyed gilt is going to be champion. I'll be honest, when we started looking at reserve, that was where Mason and I we had some discussion. And so I'd say all 4 of you were definitely in contention for reserve. As the drive wore on, I'd say there was a couple that maybe wanted to drift just a little bit more than what we wanted to see. There was one that maybe didn't want to have that pig just get to where they wanted it, and so they had to be a little extra aggressive with the brush, had to be a little extra aggressive to get it where we wanted it. There's one individual from an eye contact, distance, pace, getting the spots that they wanted to hit, I think rose above the rest. Young man directly in front of me is going to have reserve.
Congratulations to the winners, and we'll be going to Top Gun, and Top Gun is winners in the past and winners today will get to compete for Top Gun. We started it, I don't know how many years ago, but anyway, it's quite an honor and a privilege to be in this class, so it'll be fun to watch.
Results from your junior showmanship. Champion went to Callie Cole. Her banner is sponsored by Dr. Brittany Graber. She will also be receiving a cash award from the Washington County Pork Producers, and she also received a swine show brush, also sponsored by the Washington County Pork Producers. Your reserve was Lane Schott, and his award was sponsored by Jerry Moeller Construction. Now entering the ring is your Top Gun showmanship. Following this selection of your Top Gun showmanship, we are going to announce the results from the Junior Master Pork Producer Contest. So if these exhibitors would work their way to the ring, I do know some of them are in the ring, so don't worry about that. But if these people would work their way to the ring, Tate Bombi, Preston Ford, Hayden Norman, William McWhirter, Lane Schott, and Dawson Zeiser. Again, we will announce the junior master pork producer following this showmanship.
We'll get these showmen back out here, the three that we used from their division and the previous winners out here. And we're in agreement in what we see. It's fun to sort showmanship or sort pig shows with people that agree with the views you see and find and the things you're looking for. I think it comes down to a handful of them. And then there's one that just kind of sorts themselves to the top. They're quick in the way they go. And they kind of beat me to my spots. As I move around the ring, they know where I'm going to be. They're smooth, they're collected, they're comfortable. Young lady right here closest to me is going to be champion. Let's congratulate her. From there, I think you can go a number of different ways, and it's personal preference in terms of style of showman you want. For me, I like them quick. I like them to get those holes fast. I think there's one individual out here that does that tremendously. He's my style of showman. Right here close to me will be reserved. Let's congratulate him.
Congratulations to your Top Gun showman. Your champion was Madison Gent. Her award was sponsored by KCTC as well as Vidito Insurance. She will receive a cash award from the Washington County Pork Producers, and her brush was sponsored by Katie, William, and Lauren McWhirter. Your reserve Top Gun showman went to William McWhirter, and his award was sponsored by the Libe family, Libations on Iowa. At this time, if we could get the following exhibitors to the show ring: Tate Bombi, Preston Ford, Hayden Norman, William McWhirter, Lane Schott, and Dawson Zeiser. These exhibitors that you have in the ring at this time all chose to compete in the Junior Master Pork Producer competition. This is a knowledge test on pork production and the swine industry. It's taken prior to the fair. This contest is sponsored by the Washington County Pork Producers. In your senior division, The champion was Tate Bombi. In your reserve was Preston Ford. In the intermediate division, your champion was Hayden Norman. In your reserve was William McWhirter. Your junior division, your champion was Lane Schott. In your reserve was Dawson Zeezer. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
We move on to our next. Well, we'll start with the home raised barrows. Obviously, we only have two, so we're going to pick our champion and reserve home raised barrows. These will also come back for the grand champion market hog that will eventually end up going down to the showdown in Iowa, which I believe is still in Donaldson, except for last year when the flood came. But anyway, so this will be your grand drive of the home raised barrows.
Just a pair of barrows here in the home excuse me, just a pair of barrows here in the home raised division, but I think two that offer an immense amount of quality and offer some differences to sort through. Ultimately landed on the young man's belted barrow to win this particular pair. Just thought that was the cleaner fronted pig of the pair, and drive them side by side. He's bigger out the top side of his blade, works with more shape as you get in behind him, and the top of his hip and lower stifle. Be the first to admit, love to see him just a shot square when you work in behind him in terms of his relative hawk to ground, but a good muscular type of a barrow to win this particular division. The polka dotted pig here came out and looks really, really nice from the side. He's fresh and highly presented. He's loose in terms of his build. Just saw that one flatter in terms of his forearm and right there into his upper blade. Not as stout in terms of his front foot or as attractive there in his lower jaw. That's being awfully critical of a nice, productive type of a pig. Let's congratulate both those exhibitors.
Results from your first and only class of home raised barrows. Your champion went to Chase Brunn. His banner was sponsored by Farm Credit Services of America. And your reserve went to Anna Greiner. Her banner was sponsored by Shane and Kathleen Brenning. Both of them will also be receiving cash awards. Those were sponsored by Shane and Kathleen Brenning, as well as FJ Greiner Pioneer Seeds and Washington County Pork Producers. Now entering the ring is your first class of purchased barrows.
bear with me here as I get used to this system you guys got. Just going to do some general comments on these three. I thought these three were commanding in terms of their presence, and they combined some stoutness of feature and some shape up high. Got the build that I'm after. Excited to get these three back and work them back through the group. Let's congratulate those three exhibitors there. Drop in some pigs here. A young man brings the white pig out next. A big backed, big muscle type of a barra. Just didn't see that one square enough when you work in behind him relative to his hock to ground. Not as stout in terms of his feature as you study him there at the surface, but a good type of a barra there nonetheless. Young man here comes next. A tall shouldered, highly presented type of a pig. Soft in his body shape. Just saw him too flat there in the center portion of his body, frail in his feature, not expansive enough when you get on top of him. A similar one here, a fresh made one that's stout about his skull. Gets a shot rounder there out of his hip and a little more restricted in terms of his hip and hind leg, but a tall shouldered one nonetheless. Then a blue barrel that's going to round out the class here, a highly presented, fresh, good shape type of a pig. He too is a little flatter in terms of his body shape and frailer underneath. Just like to blow him apart, but let's congratulate all those exhibitors on a job well done.
Results from your first class of the purchased barrows. Receiving purple ribbons, Bristol Young, Cash Cole, and Mason Jett. Receiving blues, Bryson Davis, Leighton Lichty, Nicholas Peck, and McKinley Davis. Now entering the ring is your second class of purchased barrows.
just two purples here. As we continue on, I thought these two bears out here were just kind of surfacing easy for me in terms of stoutness of feature, presented extremely high, got big fresh backs in them. Most importantly, I think they're the squarest legged pigs of their class. I think very, very nice pair of bears. Let's compliment both those two exhibitors. Young man that's going to come here next, thought that one was really, really close. He comes out, he's got the right kind of body shape, he's big in terms of his blade. Just didn't see him as stout in terms of his feature there in his front foot, not as clean in terms of his throat latch there, and working behind him. I'd love to see him just a shot square in terms of his rear hock. Ultimately, a very, very nice bear nonetheless to land there in this particular spot. Young man that's going to come next, a highly presented one that's got a big rear leg working into him, really clean and elegant up there in front of his head and neck, not as comfortable in terms of his front end or as flexible there in his rear hock as well, but a highly presented one nonetheless. Pig that comes next is a moderate one that's powerful in terms of his image, big skull, big hip bear that's big in his arm. Fortunately, he's a little more compact in his image. Like to see him longer and looser off both ends of his skeleton, but a moderate one. Have to admire the power laying in that pig. Young man here comes out with one that's not being a great teammate, which stinks because that's a good-bodied bear that's got some shape and muscle. Longer he's out here, the more tight and restricted he becomes. Didn't see him as unique in terms of his look as the bears that precede him. Then the young man that comes next has a long-sided bear that's expressive in terms of his shape. Just need to soften that one in terms of his center body, loosen him in terms of his build. Good class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors.
Results from Class 2 purchase barrows. First, receiving purple ribbons, Emma Greiner and Lane Norman. Receiving blues, Leighton Lichty, Brennan McGuire, Bryson Davis, Tate McGuire, and Lane Schott.
just 5 in this particular. Got 3 purples out here. I think 3 very, very nice pigs. They're different. Maybe one that didn't give me a great view initially, but the longer he's out here, just kind of continues to work himself into the mix. 3 good pigs. Let's congratulate those 3 exhibitors. Thought this blue barrel was awfully close. If I remember right, the first pig that came out in this drive, a young man driving the wheels off of him, heads up type of a pig that's got good shape. Just the longer he's out here, he reads to me as the flattest in terms of his body of the initial 4. He's the frailest in terms of his front foot. Like to see him hinge just a shot more flexible in terms of his rear hock. Nitpicky of a very nice one there. Young lady here with the funny eared pig comes next, and from this side can paint a nice picture. He's fresh and highly presented, just kind of a similar story. He's the flatter made pig that's more closed up and frailer when he meets the surface, just like to intensify him and blow him apart. Good class. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
Results from your 3rd class of purchase barrows. Receiving purple ribbons, Madison Gent, Rosalia Muntz, and James Muntz. Receiving blues, Lane Schott and Carly Greiner. Now entering the ring is your 4th class of purchased barrows.
turned up the heat a little bit here more. I think 4 very, very good bears deserve some purple ribbons here. Excited to see how these 4 fit with the ones that are back in the barn and the ones that will continue to come up here. I think I'll offer the right kind of stoutness and look and comfort. Good type of pigs. Let's congratulate those 4 exhibitors. The bear that comes next, I struggled a long time trying to decide what to do with him, and I just gave him the benefit of the doubt initially and let him go to the bathroom while he was out here, because love that one's extra spread up high, his density in terms of shape, rear leg bone, and boldness of center body. Ultimately, I just couldn't convince myself he was square enough or true enough when he goes right away right there. That's what ultimately led to him being in the spot he is. And similarly, young lady's polka dotted pig here, a big centered, big back type of a bear that's shapely and muscular. Just need to be more comfortable in terms of his 4 front feet, raise him up in terms of his pasterns. He too, working behind him, could be Scotch square in terms of his rear hock. Good class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors.
Results from your 4th class of purchased barrows. Receiving purple ribbons, Madison Gent, Lane Norman, Preston Ford, and Hayden Norman. Receiving blues, Campbell Greiner and William McWhirter. Now entering the ring is your 5th class of purchased market barrows.
Got these 3 barrows here. Gonna move them back and bring them back here for the finals and get those purple ribbons. Good kind of practical pigs that are sound, coming and going, got the right kind of shape. Let's congratulate those 3 exhibitors. Pig that comes next, a young man does a terrific job driving this one because he's ultra tall shouldered. He's fresh and highly presented. You can tell he's put the time in at home. Got good shape working out the back of him. Just thought that one was a little more forward in terms of his shoulder blade and a little flatter there in terms of his forerib. Like to see him blown apart, and he too could move just a shot freer in terms of his rear hock. That's being really picky. Young lady's black pig that comes next definitely has the muscle and power in class. He's arguably the class leader in terms of skeletal width and shape out the backside of his hip. Just need to see that one navigate the ring with more comfort and authority. Too wide from behind and not comfortable enough in terms of his front feet. White pig comes next, and another one that's got all kinds of muscle and shape, big center body. He's too upright off both ends of his skeleton. For me, a little chubbier there out of his front end, but a good pig nonetheless. And then the black barrel that rounds out the class, a long-sided pig that's fresh in terms of his shape, could be bolder in his center body, more comfortable in his rear hock. Good class. Let's congratulate every single one of those exhibitors.
Results from your 5th class of purchase barrows receiving purple ribbons: Campbell Griner, Layson Muntz, and Bristol Young. Receiving blues: McKinley Davis, Hadley Burke, Hayden Norman, and Mason Gent. Now entering the ring is your 6th class of purchased barrows. This is your last class of this division. Following this class, we are going to move into the selection of your top 5 purchased market barrows. So if you received a purple ribbon in any of the classes of purchased barrows, we do need you to start making your way back to the ring. Again, if you received a purple ribbon in any of the 6 classes of purchased barrows, please be making your way back to the ring with those pigs at this time.
Two barrows here closest to me are going to grab the purple ribbons here in our final class. Good type of market hogs. Got the big heavy weights. Are doing lots of good things. Let's congratulate both those exhibitors. Young lady here was going to be the next one, and it's the first one to grab a blue. From the side, really love this pig. He's practical in terms of his body shape, and initially hit me with level in terms of his lines. Longer he's out here, the more restricted he gets. He's a touch frailer in terms of his bone, but a good pig, really, really close. Let's compliment her. Some bears here as they continue to come out. Young man's pig that was going to be next here. When this one probably was more comfortable in terms of his front feed, was a very, very nice show pig because he's big backed. He's good in terms of his center body. Just labors too much out of his front end there and his front pasterns, and not as coordinated there in terms of his rear hock, but a powerful barrow up high nonetheless. Pig that comes next, another one that's really practical in terms of his build. Good body shape, sound coming and going. Didn't see him as stout in terms of his feature, unique in terms of his look. Good kind of a market hog there, though. And then the black pig that's going to come here next, a long-sided type of a barrow, soft-bodied. Just need to see that one more comfortable out of his front end as well. Make him bigger and bolder in terms of his muscle. But a good class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors.
Results from your sixth class of purchased market barrows. Receiving purple ribbons, Preston Ford and Isabel Martin Hora. Receiving blues, Paxton Davis, Hadley Burrick, Isabel Martin Hora, and Brogan Burrick. Now we will have the selection of your top 5 purchased market barrows.
Grabbed 11 here. Young man over there is going to stay with us. Just discuss the pigs that are out here in no particular order. Young lady's Barra here is not being a great teammate. Came out, big centered, good shape. Barra. Just didn't see him as stout in terms of his features, attractive head of his blade as the pigs we got pinned up, but a powerful one to go ahead and be in this particular drive. Young man here with the other big barrow, one that's big bladed. He's big in terms of his rear leg. Just didn't see him as square in terms of his hip and hind leg, or as unique, I guess, as in terms of his look as some barrows we have over here. Big heavyweight barrow, though, that has done a lot of good things. Have to appreciate him. Young lady here that's driving that pig from the side, love that thing. He's attractive ahead of his blade, good centered, good backed barrow. Not stout enough in terms of his front foot, and maybe at times didn't seem quite as square when you work in behind him compared to the barrows that we got over there. Nice type of a pig, though, to go ahead and be out here in this drive. Similarly, young lady's big belted barrow here, another big one that's big centered. He's big in terms of his back. Got a good bone working into his rear leg. Wish it matched in terms of his front foot, and he too could be a shot square when you work in behind him. Nice type of a belted barrow, though, nonetheless. The other belted pig here in the middle of the ring, a tall shouldered one that's expressive in terms of his shape. Gets back out here, not as full or as bold there in the center portion of his body, not as stout as a couple others we got pinned, but a good pig here. My compliments to her. Pair of black bears here left coming to us. I guess the one closest to me. Good centered type of a pig, fresh, highly presented. Get on top of him. He's got good shape and good muscle. He too's not stout enough in terms of his front foot and just didn't hit me with that same look. Got a little extra flank there that kind of throws off his balance, but a good pig being ultra critical on. Young man's other belted, or solid black pig, excuse me, that's out here, one in class that maybe didn't get going quite as quick. Wants them two get on the same page. That's a good middled, muscular barrow. He's fresh up high. Longer he's out here, the more lethargic and restricted he gets off both ends of his skeleton. We could loosen that one up. He certainly grabs a pin. Rework these top 11, get you a top 10, I believe, but good set of barrows. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors. awesome set of barrows out here, and it had a lot of them. I thought the quality was extremely, extremely deep, but I think there's one out here that hit me extremely, extremely hard in class. Was excited to get him back out here. He's sound the longer he goes. He's stout about his skull. He's fresh, big in terms of his bone. I like that blue barrow a good deal. He's going to be your champion here in this division. Not to take anything away from the pig that's going to come here next. Maybe didn't pin him initially, but the longer he's out here, the more I like him. He's modern in terms of his body shape. He's good in terms of his rib and fresh up high, ultra attractive from the side. Didn't see him as stout in terms of his front foot or as burly in terms of his bone as the pigs that are going to be on either side of him, but I think a very, very good pig nonetheless to land there in 2. The one that comes here in 3 is probably one I struggled with as much as any, because that one's ultra stout about his skull. He's big in terms of his back, in terms of his hip. Unfortunately, of the initial 3, I saw him the plainest in terms of his front end. Didn't see him as big in terms of his center body right there in terms of his forerib. Just soft enough for me, but that's being ultra critical of a very, very good barrow here. The pig that comes here in 4 is soft enough in his body. He's more youthful ahead of his blade in terms of his head and neck, ultra comfortable in terms of his skeleton. Unfortunately, he's probably the frailest in terms of his bone work of the initial 4. We intensify that one in terms of his feature. I think he's up there playing with that blue barrow, a very good deal. Kind of a similar story for the one that comes here next as the pig that was in 3rd. A big backed one that's fresh in terms of his shape. He's stout about his skull. Just didn't see him as comfortable in terms of his feet and legs for me, or as soft in terms of his body work. You can blame the structure on me if you want. Going right away. Just thought that one was the narrowest of the initial 5, but again, being ultra critical of a good one. Pig that comes here in 6 is probably the one that doesn't fit of the initial 10. He's the most modern in terms of his frame size. He's the biggest in terms of his body shape. Just question whether or not that one was big enough in terms of his kind to play ball out here. A little wider set as he goes right away, but pig that's very unique in terms of his qualities. Pinned this one early because I love this one from the profile. He's moderate, he's fresh. Young lady drives the absolute wheels off of this thing. Getting back out here in those initial 7, saw him a little frailer in terms of his front foot, wanted to wear out on me and not be as comfortable, kind of rounded off of both ends the longer he was out here. Pig I love a lot of things about here comes next. Tall, shouldered, fresh-backed one, good in terms of his length of body. Didn't see him as stout in terms of his feature. Longer he's out here, the shorter his rear hock gets or rear stride gets, but a very, very good pig nonetheless. Powerful one here comes next. When driven, I think this pig drives with his head up, and it kind of throws away what I really don't like about him, because he's big-backed, he's big-hipped, he's big-centered. Unfortunately, he reads to me a shot rounder off both ends of his skeleton, sets a little farther out there in terms of his rear hock comparatively. Bear that I kept back here that's going to come next, a soft center type of a pig, good in terms of his shape, just not as comfortable in terms of his front feet or his stout up there. Wants to get a little more restricted from behind as well. And then the calico pig that's going to come next. A very, very good animal, long-sided, fresh, highly presented. Gives up the most in terms of feature. Needs to be square from behind and a shot more attractive in terms of his jowl. But a good pig that was deserving of being out here. Let's congratulate every single one of those exhibitors.
Congratulations in your purchase barrow division. All the top 5 will be receiving cash awards that are sponsored by United Animal Health, the Waters family, and Washington County Pork Producers. Your champion purchase barrow went to Lane Norman. His awards were sponsored by Bazooka Farm Store. And your reserve went to Preston Ford. His banner was sponsored by FCA and Vision Ag. 3rd went to Lane Norman. 4th went to Madison Gent, and 5th went to Hayden Norman. We will now bring back out your home-raised barrows and select a top 5 Grand Champion market barrow.
Helps that the microphone's on. Got a good pair of barrows out here. I think they're different in terms of their type and kind. There's one that came out of a stout division. Thought he was very, very good. Blue Pig will be champion market barrow. Let's congratulate him. Drop in the reserve, and I thought that barrow was very, very good. Gonna go ahead and keep them together. The reserve barrow out of that division will be next. Let's congratulate him. Drop in that third place pig, and I don't mean to sound like a broken record. Thought that division was very good. He's next. Let's congratulate that young man. Next barrow drops in, talked about well the things we like about him. Ultrasound, just wish he had a bigger set of bones. He'll be next. Let's congratulate that young lady. Drop in that next barrow, and I think I'm just more comfortable with the way he utilizes his hind leg. He's stouter about his feature. He'll be next as well. Let's congratulate her.
Congratulations to all of your Crossbred Market Barrow exhibitors. Your champion went to Lane Norman. His banner was sponsored by Kyoto Vet Clinic. Your reserve went to Preston Ford. His banner was sponsored by Shane and Kathleen Brenning. Third went to Lane Norman. Fourth, Madison Gent. And fifth to Hayden Norman. Now we have a short moment here, but we will be moving right into our home-raised market gilt division.
pair of gilts here for the home raised market gilt division. Like the young man's gilt over there on the far side. I think he's just kind of overwhelming in terms of power. That's bolder bodied gilt with more shape and spread when you work on top of her. Very, very nice pig. Young lady's gilt that's going to come second is a longer sided gilt that's more attractive ahead of her blade. Just like to see that one longer and leveler out of her hip and see her shot stouter in terms of her feature. Good pair of gilts. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
Congratulations to your home raised gilt exhibitors. Those two will be your champion and reserve home raised gilt. So your champion went to Jace Evans. His banner is sponsored by Farm Credit Services of America. And reserve went to Jenna Evans, sponsored by FCA and Vision Ag LLC. They will both also receive cash awards sponsored by Washington State Bank, Shane and Kathleen Brenning, and the Washington County Pork Producers. Now we have our first class of purchased market gilts entering the ring.
Three purples here in the Market Guild Class 1 group. I think three gilts that are all three different in terms of their type and kind. Bring some positives to the table. Excited to see how they shake out with the ones that are continue on. Let's congratulate those three exhibitors on a job well done. Gilt that's going to come out here next for the young man. Long-sided type of a gilt. It's good in terms of her body shape. Need to see that one stouter in terms of her bone work and just bigger in terms of her spread and dimension work in on top of her, but a nice type of a female that covers the basics awfully well. Gilt that's going to come here next has the advantage in terms of shape and dimension. She's stout about her skull. Just need to see everything fit together a notch more comfortable and longer and looser in terms of her skeleton. Shot softer in her body to make her blend, but a good class. Let's congratulate all five of those exhibitors.
Results from Class 1 purchase gilts receiving purple ribbons: Lane Schott, Tenley McGuire, and Madison Gent. Receiving blues, Henry Temple and Jordan Greiner. Now entering the ring is Class 2 Purchased Market Gilts.
Three gilts here. They're going to get some purple ribbons and come back. I think quality is extremely deep with these three. Be excited to see how they shake up. Very good gilts. Let's compliment those three exhibitors. Some gilts that are going to come out here next. First off, the Young Ladies Guild, a long-sided gilt. It's presented extremely well. Feminine in terms of her appearance and shapely up high. Just thought comparatively to the gilts that precede her, she was the flattest in terms of her body shape, not shot frailer in terms of her feature underneath, and just could be blown apart, but a nice gilt that looks awesome from the profile. Gilt that comes next has the type of muscle shape up high and shape to her hip that I'm after. She's good in terms of her body shape. Just need to see that one navigate the ring with more comfort out of both ends of her skeleton, but a nice pair of gilts. Let's congratulate all 5 of those exhibitors.
Results from Class 2 Purchase Market Gilts receiving purple ribbons, Layson Muntz, Emma Greiner, and Brendan McGuire. Receiving blues, Isabel Martin Hora and Peyton Davis. Now entering the ring is Class 3 of Purchase Market Gilts. This is the final class of this division. Following this, we'll have your selection of your top 5 market gilts.
Got 3 again to keep back out of these heavyweights here. A good trio of gilts. Re-rack them and get you a top 5 market gilt. But let's congratulate these 3 exhibitors right here on a job well done. Gilt that comes next, I thought was extremely close. Big body type of one. The young lady drives the wheels off of this thing. Just thought for me, I've been trying to keep pigs comfortable, and that one's just too vertical in terms of her angles off both ends of her skeleton. Gives up a shot more in terms of feature, in terms of her front foot. If we could just loosen her and lengthen her, I think that one's a very good show pig. My compliments to her. This pig right here that comes next has the power up high. She's stout in terms of her blade. She's big in terms of her hip. She too is in a similar boat. It just needs to be longer and looser off either end of her skeleton to make her more comfortable as she navigates the ring out here. But a nice type of a pig there nonetheless. And then another white pig that comes next. A leaner type of a gilt that's long in terms of her length of body. She's loose in terms of her top line. Just need to be bolder in terms of her body shape. Needs to be more comfortable in terms of her build as well. Good class. We'll re-rack those 9. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors.
results from your third class of purchased market guilds. Receiving purple ribbons, Anna Greiner, Bristol Young, and Lane Norman. Receiving blues, Lauren McWhirter, Jordan Greiner, and Carly Greiner. Now we will have the selection of your top 5 purchased market guilds.
three market gilts out here I think are very, very good. As they came out in class, I was excited to get these three back out here and see how they shook up. And I think there's one that just kind of combines the other two in terms of comfort and flexibility, length of side, and still being big backed and big hip. That young man that's out front leading the way is driving our champion market gilt. Help me congratulate him. 2 and 3, I think we're close in my mind, but the longer they're out here, I think the one that I just feel more comfortable with in terms of the way she looks from the profile is the young man's narrower belted gilt. She's going to ultimately be reserved. Thought that one was just longer ahead of her blade there, more comfortable in terms of her hip and hind leg. With that being said, I thought at times she wanted to labor just a shot more in terms of her front end. Didn't see her as youthful in terms of her head and neck compared to the two gilts on either side of her, but a nice pig there nonetheless. Young lady's gilt that's going to be third. Very, very good animal in her own right. Moderate, big backed, big centered type of a gilt. Get her out here and compare her to the two ahead of her. Didn't see her as big in terms of her front foot compared to what she's got up high. And at times didn't see her as attractive in terms of her head and neck. Maybe a shot shorter and jammed up there to be ultra, ultra critical. Good pig nonetheless. The gilt that's going to come out here in 4, the young man brought out here in the first class, thought that one was very, very unique. Head carriage is awesome, tall shouldered, got a ginormous rear leg working into that one. Unfortunately, of the initial 4, she ranks 4th in terms of body shape and natural spread when you work down the top side of her skeleton. But from the profile, that one's lights out. Very, very good animal to be in 4. The pig that comes in 5th, I think, covers the basics extremely well. Moderate, good centered gilt. Young lady doesn't ask too much out of this project. She's wide coming and going. Ultimately, just thought she was a little more common in terms of her look, for lack of a better word, compared to the gilts that precede her. Maybe at times wants a shot more in terms of her rear hock comparatively to a couple others. The gilt that comes next, the front 2/3 of this thing are awesome. Chisel fronted, fresh backed one. The young lady's doing an awesome, awesome job. She too working behind that thing. Just need to see her square in terms of where she sets them coming down. Thought she could use a shot more in terms of feet as well. Good pig nonetheless. Powerfully constructed gilt up high. The young lady's driving big bladed, big hip type of a gilt. Wants to round too much in terms of her hip and be a shot shorter and restricted in terms of her hip and hind leg. Powerful, highly presented one nonetheless. Young man's gilt that comes next is very unique. From the side, she's long in terms of her length of body. She's long in terms of her front end. Fortunately, she gives up too much right there in the center part of her body. Need to be blown apart and intensified in terms of dimension. Good pig nonetheless. Polka dotted one that's going to be 9. Powerful, big hip type of a gilt. Just needs to be more comfortable in terms of her structure. Need to be a shot longer and more attractive ahead of her blade. Good set of gilts. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
Your top 5 in the purchase market gilt division, they will all receive cash awards from Brian and Shannon Greiner family, as well as the Washington County pork producers. Your champion went to Layson Muntz. His banner was sponsored by Beauty with Grace Salon. And your reserve went to Lane Norman. His banner was sponsored by FCA and Vision Ag. 3rd went to Emma Greiner. 4th went to Laney Schott. And 5th to Tenley McGuire. We'll now bring back your home-raised market gilts to select your top 5 Grand Champion market gilts.
Thought the market gilts were good, maybe not as many as the Barras, but that's all right. I think the quality was still extremely, extremely deep. There's one that I'm just very comfortable in the way she navigates the ring and combines muscle and shape. Young man closest to me is driving. Let's congratulate him. Drop in that second place gilt or reserve, however you want to describe her. I thought that was a very, very good animal. Going to keep that pair together. She'll be my next out. Let's congratulate him. For third, I thought that trio was very, very good. Gilt's maybe starting to wear out on me, but I think she's still the next best. She'll be third. Let's congratulate her. Thought that trio was good and drop out that fourth place Gilt. Liked a lot of things about her from the profile. She's going to be my next favorite. Let's congratulate that young man. For fifth, I think it's a shot closer. I think these gilts are similar. There's one that just has more in terms of shape, in terms of spread. Young lady will be fifth. Let's congratulate her.
Congratulations in your crossbred market gilt division. Your champion went to Layson Montz. His banner was sponsored by Hills Bank. Your reserve went to Lane Norman. His banner was sponsored by Dr. Cody Brandstead and family. Third went to Emma Greiner. Fourth went to Lane Schott. And fifth to Tenley McGuire. We are now moving into your purebred market hog show. Your first class will be Berkshire Market Hogs.
Got 3 barrows out here to represent the Berks from the purple division here. 3 pigs that maybe not all of them want to be great teammates. Just thought these 3 were more genuine in terms of their shape, had the right kind of muscle when you get on top of them. Good set of barrows. Let's congratulate those 3 exhibitors on a job well done. Pig that comes next, from the profile, love a lot of things about that one. He's long in terms of his look, he's smooth in terms of his presentation. Just thought that one was the flattest in terms of his body shape, in terms of his arm, the plainest in terms of his shape. Pine could use a shot more feature, but a really, really nice, highly presented one when you study him there from the profile. Big-footed type of a barrel that's stout about his skull comes next. Just need to see that one square from behind and truer and more genuine in terms of his upper rib shape. Powerfully constructed at the surface, though. Good pair. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
Results from your Berkshire Market Hog class receiving purple ribbons: Lane Schott, Emma Cole, and Callie Cole. Receiving blues, McKinley Davis and Hadley Burek. Now entering the ring is your Duroc Market Hog class.
Got 2 purples. I'm not going to make the young man go pin to come right back out, but young man here to my right and young lady got the purples here. Young man here to my left will have the blue. 2 of the bigger bears are going to stay with us and come back. Thought those 2 were just the more comfortable options, the fresher, highly presented pair. Good set of bears there. Young man's barrow that receives the blue, arguably the stoutest skulled barrow of the trio. He's modern in terms of his frame. He's stout in terms of his feature. Just need to see that one more comfortable in terms of his skeleton, softer in terms of the center part of his body. Let's congratulate all 3 of those exhibitors, though.
Results from your Duroc Market Hog class receiving purples: Haley Brunn and Preston Ford. Receiving blue, Nicholas Peck. We are now ready for our purebred Market Hogs, all other breeds.
Just a singular one, and the AOB's young lady spot barrow is going to grab a purple ribbon here. Moderate, boxy type of a barrow. It's big centered square coming and going. Help me congratulate her. Just 6 here in the breeding or purebred barrows division, or purebred market hog, I guess. I think there's a pair of them that kind of sorts themselves up in terms of muscle and power. There's one that's just a shot stouter, shot more attractive. Like this pig a good deal. Young man's Duroc barrel will be champion. Let's congratulate him. I thought there was another one that kind of pushed our champion. He's a very, very good pig other than his attitude. Not as stout in terms of his feature, but a very powerful one. Young lady's Berkshire over here is going to be reserved. Let's congratulate her. 3 and 4 are close and for me, and I think there's differences among them. One's a shot stouter and more genuine in his shape. Another one's a little taller and more attractive. Ultimately going to use the more powerful one, and that being the young lady's Berkshire here to be third. Just read that one, bigger and truer in terms of his arm, more genuine out the back of his blade, and when he comes right at you, not as long and comfortable in terms of his hip or stout in his feature to compete with the two ahead of him, but a nice pig nonetheless. Young lady's red barrow is going to be forward here, and a tall shouldered, neat looking one that has the advantage in elevation and presence. Just saw that one, the flattest in terms of his forerib, in terms of his arm. You can make him stouter right there. I think that's a very, very good show pig. young man's Berkshire Gilt's going to ultimately be 5th, and the front 2/3 of that one are very, very good. A trendy looking one that's fresh and highly presented. Thought that was the shortest hipped one of the initial 5 that gave up the most in terms of feature, especially right there in her front foot comparatively, but a nice pig nonetheless. Young man's spot bear is going to be 6, and we just got done talking that one being moderate and wide and stout, not as attractive or fresh in his look. Just need to see that one more elevated and extended, but a good set of pigs. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our purebred market swine exhibitors. Your champion went to Preston Ford. His banner was sponsored by Shane and Kathleen Brenning. Your reserve went to Emma Cole. Her banner was sponsored by FCA and Vision Ag. Third went to Callie Cole. Fourth went to Haley Brunn, and 5th to Lane Schott. All 5 of them will be receiving cash awards sponsored by the Washington County Pork Producers. Now in the ring, we are going to have our selection of our overall market hog. Now entering the ring is your overall grand champion market hog division, representing the crossbred market gilts. We have Layson Mont. Representing your crossbred market barrow division, we have Lane Norman. And from the purebred division, we have Preston Ford.
The market hog show has been exceptionally good, and I don't think that's something you guys are new to. This county is known for having quality pigs all around the Midwest, even over here in our part of the world in Illinois. They know you guys have some good ones over here. I thought the quality was extremely, extremely good, and I think there's one out here that I think I'm very, very high on, very, very fond of. That young man's Blue Bear will be champion. Let's congratulate him.
Coming into the ring for contention is your reserve crossbred barrow that is exhibited by Preston Ford.
Drop in the reserve, and I thought that pair was very, very good. That pig kind of surfaces to the top. He's my next favorite. That crossbred will be reserved. Let's congratulate her. For third, I think it gets close between all of them. There's differences among them. It's kind of splitting hairs. The one that I just keep coming back to came from a division that maybe wasn't really extremely deep in terms of numbers, but I thought quality was very, very good. I like the Market Guild to be third. Let's congratulate him. Drop in that Market Guild, and I thought it was close between her and the pig that's ultimately going to be fourth. I just think this one's very, very good. The crossbred barrel will be fourth. Let's congratulate her. For fifth, I think you can go a number of different ways, but there's a good one out here that represents his breed extremely well. Square coming and going, fresh back. Red Barrel will be fifth. Let's congratulate him.
Congratulations to those Market Hog exhibitors. Your grand champion Market Hog went to Lane Norman. His banner is sponsored by CBI Bank and Trust, and his belt buckle is sponsored by Tyler and Paige Garrels. Reserve champion overall Market Hog went to Preston Ford. His banner is sponsored by CBI Bank and Trust. Third overall Market Hog went to Layson Muntz. His banner is sponsored by Brian and Shannon Griner family. Fourth overall Market Hog went to Lane Norman. Banner sponsored by Shane and Kathleen Brenning. And your fifth overall Market Hog went to Preston Ford. His banner sponsored by Andrew and Aaron McGuire family. We will now be moving right into our breeding show momentarily. Now entering the ring is your first class of our breeding hog show today. We are starting off with Berkshire Breeding Guilds.
Got two purples of the trio here. The two closest to me are going to grab purple ribbons. I think very, very nice gilts that are presented extremely, extremely well. Cover a lot of good things in terms of basics and fundamentals. Very nice pair. Young man here is working his tail off with this gilt, trying to keep up with her. He's going to earn a blue here. A very, very nice gilt. She's sound in terms of her makeup, soft in her body shape. Just need to see that one a shot fresher, more attractive in her look, and stouter in terms of her feature. But a basic, or very basic type of a gilt, excuse me. Nice class. Let's congratulate all three of those exhibitors. Again, only three. Got two purples that are going to come back to us. The two there on the far side going to my right. I think both very nice kind of females, tall-shouldered, attractive ahead of their blade. Young lady here that's earning the blue has the most moderate gilt in class. She's probably the stoutest about her skull, big in terms of her hip. Just need to see that one. Square in terms of her rear hock and more comfortable in terms of her skeleton, but a powerful one nonetheless. Let's congratulate all three of those exhibitors.
Results from your purebred breeding gilt Berkshire class: receiving purples, Lauren McWhirter and James Muntz. Receiving blue, Leighton Lichty. In your purebred breeding gilt Yorkshire class, receiving purples, Roselia Muntz and Preston Ford. Receiving blue, Jordan Greiner. We are now have your purebred breeding gilt all other breeds class in front of you.
AOBs here coming to us. Going to keep these four out here. Two red gilts, the belted one and the white one here. I think good kind of gilts that are going to match up well with the quality we've got kept back. I think very, very good gilts. Let's give those four exhibitors earning the purple a big round of applause. The Hereford and the spot gilt that are coming out. Hereford gilt's a big-bodied one that's soft in terms of her body shape. Just didn't see her as stout in terms of her feature or as coordinated in terms of her rear leg, but a big, productive-looking one nonetheless to land here in the blue spot. And the spot gilt, a little more on the other end of the spectrum. A moderate-framed one that's big-bodied and big in terms of her hip. Just like to lengthen that one and extend her up front and make her a shot more youthful and attractive. Good class. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
Results from your purebred breeding gilt class: receiving purple ribbons, Campbell Greiner, Anna Greiner, Lauren McWhirter, and Cash Cole. Receiving blues, Emma Cole and Emma Cole. We will now have your selection of your top 5 purebred breeding gilts.
I think 5 exceptional purebred gilts out here that offer a lot of quality. I was excited to get a pair of them back out here, and ultimately there was a third one that kind of pushed themselves into the mix. I think of them, there's one that just kind of combines comfort of skeleton and broadness up. She's big in terms of her body shape, ultra comfortable. I think she's very, very nice. I like the Berkshire Gilt here closest to me to be champion pure. Let's congratulate her. The Yorkshire Gilt's going to be a reserve, and I thought that one pushed our champion extremely hard. She's stout in the places she's need to be. She's feminine in the places she needs to be. Big square back working into that one. Longer she's out here, just wants to shuffle a shot more out of her front end compared to her champion or even her third overall Gilt. But I think a very, very good Gilt that deserves a lot of recognition. Young man's Hampshire Gilt's going to end up and be third, and this one's killer from the profile. And drives the wheels off of her. She's modern in terms of her look, fresh backed, good center type of a Gilt. Unfortunately, that one just ranks third in terms of feature and stoutness of bone work underneath, but a very, very good Gilt nonetheless. The unique one's going to be 4, and that's the young lady's smaller red Gilt, big scold one that's big in terms of her arm, in terms of her features. Just wish everything matched just a little bit better. She's kind of the flattest or the the shallowest in terms of her body shape of the initial 5, and she's probably the most immature, honestly, in terms of age, but one that's stout coming and going and offers a lot of unique pieces from a breeding perspective. Love that one a good deal. The red Gilt that's going to be here in 5th is a big and basic type of a female. Good-bodied, soft-centered type of a Gilt. Just didn't see her as attractive ahead of her blade and kind of wants to roll forward in terms of her shoulder. Head's a little lower set there, but a very, very good Gilt nonetheless to round out in 5. White Gilt here that's coming next. Thought this one was really nice in class. She's short-bodied. She's good in terms of her shape. When she gets out here in the mix of things, she's the most restricted in terms of her skeleton on both ends of the initial 6. Just like to lengthen her and loosen her in terms of her skeleton, but a good type of a female nonetheless. Yorkshire Gilt here coming next, long-sided, feminine, good shaped. Gives up too much in terms of feature and comfort. I just need to see her better there. And then the Berkshire Gilt has got good shape. She's fresh and highly presented. Just need to see that one more comfortable as well. Good class or good division. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors.
Results from your top 5 purebred breeding gilts. All 5 of these exhibitors will be receiving cash awards from the following donors: Shane and Kathleen Brenning, William and Lauren McWhirter, and the Washington County Pork Producers. Your champion purebred breeding gilt went to Lauren McWhirter. Her banner was sponsored by Kyoto Vet Clinic. Your reserve purebred breeding gilt went to Preston Ford. His banner was sponsored by FCA and Vision Ag. Third went to Cash Cole. Fourth went to Anna Greiner. And 5th went to Lauren McWhirter. Now entering the ring is your first class of commercial breeding gilts. a thank you to KCTC for their generous gift of live streaming all the shows this week. The link is listed in your program, and you can tune into other shows this week. We appreciate their generous support. Family and friends around the world get to enjoy this year. We also recently learned that over 500 people have watched the live stream today. So that's awesome that this show is being watched by over 500 people not here. Let's get a round of applause for that.
Four good type of a gilts to kick off the crossbred show. I think all of them are quality type of females. Maybe some differences in terms of feet and legs and squareness and stoutness relative. But I think four gilts that are very, very nice type of females. Get some purples, we'll bring them back out. Let's congratulate those four. White gilt that comes next. I thought this one was close. She came out and presents a very, very attractive look from the profile. Unfortunately, I thought that one was the frailest in terms of her feature. Get into this view. She's the flattest and most closed up of those initial five, but a nice type of a gilt that looks attractive from the profile. Very, very nice female. Gilt that comes here next. Presented extremely well, fresh in terms of her shape. Not a huge fan of the extra flank or deal that she's got going on there. Gets a little more uncoordinated from behind, but a nice type of a gilt. All six of those females were very, very nice. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
Results from your first class of commercial breeding gilts. Receiving purples, Bristol Young, Haley Brunn, Madison Gent, and Mason Shalla. Receiving blues, Mason Gent and Callie Cole. Now entering the ring is your second class of commercial breeding gilts.
Got 3 gilts left out here. Differences in terms of color, in terms of quality. I think all of these got the right kind of body shape and stoutness and power. Still square and comfortable in terms of their look and build. 3 gilts going to grab some purples here. Let's congratulate all 3 of these exhibitors on a job well done. Young ladies belted gilt that's going to come out next. I thought this one was extremely close because from the profile, she's up-headed, she's fresh, and she's attractive. Unfortunately, I thought of the initial 4, she's substantially the flattest in terms of her body shape. This underneath, if that one just had more oomph and power, I think she certainly grabs a spot rather handily. The white gilt that comes next, I struggled with this one personally because I love her skull shape, I love her shape up high. She's good in terms of her hip. Just need to see that one grab the gear and go to truly see if she can reach and flex, because right now she's too short in terms of her stride out of her hip and hind leg and wants to shuffle too much out of her front end, but I have to appreciate the good qualities about this one. Highly presented one that's long fronted and fresh up high, good in terms of her body shape, too frail in terms of her feature and outside of herself in terms of her rear leg, but a nice presented one there. A very basic type of a gilt here that comes next. The young man has good bodied, soft muscle type of a gilt. Just didn't hit me with that same wow factor or stoutness and uniqueness as the gilts that precede her. But my compliments to all those exhibitors. Job well done.
Results from your second class of commercial breeding gilts. Receiving purples, Peyton Davis, William McWhirter, and Lane Norman. Receiving blues, Georgia Evans, Tate McGuire, Gemma Evans, and Mason Shala. Now entering the ring is Class 3 commercial breeding gilts.
got these 3 gilts to come back. I think are good types of females. They're different. A couple powerful ones, a couple fresh, attractive, neat-looking one. Let's give those 3 exhibitors a big applause. The gilts that are going to come out next here, young man here coming first has got a fresh presented one that's tall-shouldered. She's neat-looking, just too flat in terms of her body shape and frail underneath. Just like to blow that one apart a shot more to send her up a spot or 2. And then the young man that comes next, that one definitely has more punch. Out the back of her hip, she's big at the top of her blade. Just need to see her looser in terms of her front end assembly, stouter in terms of her feature, shot softer in her body, but a powerful one nonetheless. Let's congratulate all 5 of those exhibitors.
Results from your 3rd class of commercial breeding gilts. Receiving purple ribbons, Lane Schott, Jack Greiner, and Hayden Norman. Receiving blues, Nicholas Peck and Layson Montz. Now entering the ring is your 4th and final class of commercial breeding gilts.
Got 2 gilts kept here, I believe in the final class. 2 very high quality gilts, different in terms of their appearance, but I think both offer an immense amount of quality. I think very, very good show pigs. You guys there with the blues, you can turn around and come back. The young man there with the blue gilt is going to be the next closest one. For me, that one came out. She's big in terms of her body shape and stout up high. Just wish it matched underneath. She's not as stout in terms of her features, clean there in her jowl, but a soft bodied, big center type of a gilt nonetheless. Gilts there that are going to come next, I think similarly, all 3 of them I just wish they were stouter in terms of their feature to compete with the 2 gilts that are going to stay. Nice sided type of a gilt, good shape type of a female, not as fresh or as attractive in her overall image or as stout underneath. Then the gilt that's going to round out or come next, a long-sided, fresh shape type of a gilt, just too flat in terms of her body shape and not stout enough underneath. Good class. Let's congratulate all 5 of those exhibitors.
Results from Class 4 commercial breeding gilts receiving purples: Georgia Evans and Emma Cole. Receiving blues: Jack Greiner, Isabel Martin Hora, and Chase Brunn. Now entering the ring is our drive for our champion top 5 commercial breeding gilts. Currently, we have one senior in the ring that we haven't had the chance to recognize yet today. So Emma Cole is a senior graduating, almost slipped by because she's wearing an FFA shirt. But let's get a round of applause for another senior we have out in the ring.
awesome trio of gilts left out here for us, and I think all three of them kind of mimic the kind I've been after all day. They're sound, they're attractive, they're extremely balanced, and then we get to put the extras on top of them after. There's one out here I think hit me extremely hard in class, and she's wide coming and going, ultra feminine and ultra attractive, and has never wavered out here. I like that young lady's big gilt closest to me to win. Let's congratulate her. 2 and 3 were close for me, and I think you could split hairs either way. Ultimately, young lady's other black belted gilt's going to be reserve, and if this one I was just comfortable enough in terms of where she places her hawk behind herself, I think this one's big time good because she's modern in terms of her package. She's actually more youthful in terms of her look and her head shape compared to her champion, good centered type of a gilt. Maybe not as stout in terms of her front foot or as comfortable right there, but I think that female does a lot of things right. Young man's gilt maybe isn't blessed with the correct color like the rest of them out here. She stands out, in that regard. The longer she's out here, just saw that one a shot drier in terms of her body shape and smaller in terms of her front foot, but she's ultra fresh, presented extremely well. Very, very good kind of a gilt to land there in 3. From this one's neck back, I really love the blue gilt. A big arm, big hipped gilt that's big in terms of her shape up high. Just saw that one too short in terms of her face, and like to lengthen her, make her more attractive there to move her up a spot or two. Nice kind of opposite end of the spectrum. From this gilt's hip forward, I love a lot of things. She's moderate, she's fresh, young lady drives the absolute wheels off of her. Just saw that one a shot rounder in terms of her hip, maybe gave up a shot more in terms of feature when you study her there at the surface, but a nice kind of a gilt. Young lady here that's coming with 2 whips. This one is a big centered, good shape type of a gilt. Just thought the longer she was out here, the more restricted she gets and uncoordinated she is in terms of her hip and hind leg. You want to blame some of that on me? I certainly wouldn't argue with you. This gilt is very unique, in my opinion. From her shoulder blade forward, she's long and elegant. She's good in terms of her shape. Longer she's out here, the more outside herself she wants to get. Love to see her blend just a shot better right there in her ham loin to make her balance out from the profile. Gilt that comes here next. I just thought of the initial 7 or whatever we just got discussing. She was the frailest in terms of her feature. Like to intensify that one there and bolden her there in the center part of her body. But that's a square moving, good looking type of a gilt. Nice kind of a female. Gilt that comes next has all the extra power. She's big skulled, she's big hip, she's big centered. Just this view right when I step in behind her needs to be square, needs to be closer in terms of where she sets her hawk relative to the ground. Nice kind of a gilt. Gilt that comes here next, a tall shouldered, fresh backed one. Thought she got a shot rounder out of her hip and smaller in terms of her front foot, but a nice type of a female nonetheless. Blue gilt's big outline, neat looking, fresh shape. Just saw that one too flat in terms of her body and vertical in terms of her angles. And then the big powerful one that comes next has all the power and body shape. Just need to see that one more refined ahead of her blade, more comfortable in her build. Awesome class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors.
Results from your champion commercial gilt drive. Champion went to Georgia Evans. Her banner is sponsored by CBI Bank and Trust. Reserve went to Peyton Davis. Her banner was sponsored by Shane and Kathleen Brenning. Third went to William McWhirter. Fourth went to Lane Norman. And fifth went to Bristol Young. We will now bring those gilts back out to show against your purebreds for your overall champion breeding gilt.
As we were getting ready here to do the champion breeding guild overall, I'd like to take some time and just thank some people that helped put this show on. But first of all, let's give a round of applause for Mason Nicknell coming out and judging our hog show today and working with our young people. I think he's done a fabulous job all day long. Second of all, this thing could not be put together without all the help in the background and stuff, starting on Sunday night until through today and Monday during weigh-in. And it's people that kind of put everything together. First for check-in, Dr. McKenna Henningsen and Lindsey Crawford checking them in off the table when we was weighing pigs. On Monday, I'd like to thank especially Danny Jant and Ryan Davis for stepping up and helping us. And along with that, with our swine committee, I'm Brian Becker, one of the superintendents. We got Tim Merrick standing over here as part of it. Jamie Searin is around here someplace, and Shane Brenning. And then my cohort over there, Bruce Kaufman, who you've heard all day long. But more importantly, the two people that really stepped up here lately and helped us quite a bit. I'd really like to thank Jason Anderson and Casey Peck for everything that they do for this swine project and for those kids in the 4-H. Let's give all those people a big round of applause. And then we get to the day in the show ring and putting the show on. I'd like to thank our royalty for being here, giving out all the great awards that got put together. And we couldn't put this on without the people that are standing behind me. Zach Jameson, Elsa Schmidt, Shauna Cern, and Katie Rubin. And of course, Amy Green and the staff in the Extension office. Let's give all these people that's helped put this on. It's been a very, very good show. A round of applause.
Well, thanks for having me out here. It was a pleasure to work through your kids and pigs. It was a really, really deep show. I had a pleasure and lots of fun, lots of differences among them. I think those two pair of gilts are very, very nice, similar in terms of their build. The one that just suits me best, young lady's crossbred. Let's congratulate her. Drop in that reserve and thought that pair was very, very good. Gonna go ahead and keep them together. The reserve cross will be next. Let's congratulate her. For third, I think it gets a shot closer. Get him back out here and kind of study him. The one that just suits me from a quality standpoint and freshness, like the Berkshire, she'll be third. Let's congratulate. For fourth, bring the Yorkshire out, obviously, and a very, very good gilt. Talked to her in her own right. The one I like best is the red belt. Let's congratulate him. Drop in the blue gilt here, and a very, very nice type of a female. I personally am going to go ahead and use the Yorkshire. She'll be fifth overall. Let's congratulate him.
Results from your overall breeding gilt drive. Your overall breeding gilt champion went to Georgia Evans. Her banner is sponsored in memory of Robert L. Bonner. She also will receive a belt buckle sponsored by Tyler and Paige Garrell. Reserve went to Peyton Davis. Her banner is sponsored in memory of Robert L. Bonner. Third overall went to Lauren McWhirter. Her banner is sponsored by Shane and Kathleen Brenning. Fourth overall went to William McWhirter. Banner sponsored by the Live Family Libations on Iowa. Fifth overall went to Preston Ford. Banner sponsored by Washington County Pork Producers. Now momentarily we will be moving into our Pen of 3 class.
This is our pin of 3. This will be the last part of our show today. And we have 8 pins. And I remember when we got it down to like maybe 2 or 3 and almost thought about getting rid of it. But we have really good numbers today, and I appreciate everybody come out for this pin of 3. Appreciate the crowd here because it's been kind of a long day, but luckily we've been blessed with cooler weather, and so that helps. So, and I want to thank the judge for coming today because he's done a great job, and takes a lot to come to this county fair and give your opinions, and some people will agree and some people won't, but we sure appreciate it. So as we finish up, I want to thank you all, the ring help, the ribbon gals, and the gals behind me that do just a great job. They're just, and Zach. He does a good job, Zach. Unfortunately, if the class is late, then he gets the brunt of it. But you know what? I'm sure he's a great FFA teacher. And really good. And he keeps showing up every year, so I do appreciate you, Zach. So we will let the judge take his time on this, the last class of the day. And Casey, do you have any other words you want to say?
I just want to say that this has been the most popular show, live streaming show, so it must be Bruce's commentating that we got so many likes and views on our live stream today. So good job, Bruce. But I would say make sure to stay for the Bacon Buddies, which will be immediately following. Hopefully get here as soon as we can. But thanks for your patience as we work through the day today, and outstanding job with all the kids and all the parents. So if you are a kid and you are in the ring, make sure that you tell your parents and your grandparents thank you, because you wouldn't be here today likely if it weren't for your parents and grandparents. So please make sure to thank your parents and grandparents and your leaders. Those are super important in being here today.
Got our pin of 3 out here, and the 3 sets of 3 or 3 trios out here are going to be the top 3 within this division. And I think of the trios, there's 3 that fit together extremely well and complement each other. They're similar in terms of their uniformity, in terms of their quality. These girls right here in the middle are driving our champion pin of 3. Let's congratulate both of them. I think 2 and 3 are close for me, but ultimately The trio over here to my left are going to be second. I thought these group fit together extremely well. Maybe just not quite as uniform, driving that black pig in there with them, but three very, very high quality pigs in their own right. Three pigs over here these boys are driving that are going to be third. I thought these pigs matched up extremely well, probably better than the pigs together going to be in second. Unfortunately, all of them kind of have the same problem. I like to blow them apart in terms of their body shape and just make them a shot more expressive and expansive, but three good type of pigs to land there in three. The young lady here in 7 and 8 is going to end up and be fourth. If you guys want to come on out, these three pigs fit together extremely well. They're similar in terms of their makeup, good in terms of their body shape, not as fresh or as youthful in terms of their image as the three trios that preceded them, but in terms of uniformity, in terms of muscularity, thought these three pigs fit together extremely, extremely well. After that, I think it's kind of interesting in terms of the way you want to put things together. Ultimately, the group down here in 1 and 2 are going to be fifth. Aside from color pattern, thought these pigs were similar. They're all three attractive in terms of their look and fresh in terms of their makeup. Obviously, not painted the same color, but color aside, thought those three fit together the best. They'll ultimately be fifth. Got the three trios left here. The ones down in 9 and 10. Three good kind of pigs. Just don't fit together quite as good, in my opinion. Thought they were all extremely different in terms of their look. Pigs here that have the same type of muscle shape and stoutness just need to move better or move around the ring a shot better. Then the young ladies here too, similar type of a story, good type of pigs, don't maybe fit together in terms of their problems, in terms of their uniformity, but thought all 8 of these groups did a great job. Let's congratulate them.
Results from your top 5 pen of 3. All 5 of these exhibitors will be receiving cash awards sponsored by the following donors: Vidito Insurance, United Animal Health, and Washington County Pork Producers. Your champion pen of 3 was Madison Gent. Her banner was sponsored by Kyoto Vet Clinic. Your reserve went to Layson Montz, sponsored by United Animal Health. Third went to Mason Gent. Fourth to Isabel Martin Hora, and fifth to Lane Schott.